808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage line drum module, featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas, with shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plugin with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.
Hello world, this is JWP, J-World Primo Beats, coming to you live from my bedroom. For around 20 years, I've been mixing and mastering music, rapping, songwriting, recently started singing, along with everything else that goes with music production, such as graphic design and editing, photo editing, video editing. And for around 15 years, I've been using SynthEdit to make my own audio plugins. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to help support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for JWP Fund. To hire me for music mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached at jwpmas@gmail.com. What's up, Testman Music? Excuse the bot. Just gonna fix that now. Also gotta turn down this. I'll try and get the bot to chill out here. How was your stream? I popped in for a minute, checking out you're doing some gaming. Chat bots. Timers. Chilling them out. And then what am I doing? Back here. A while for a commercial. Pretty solid. Did my second Reaper song mostly finished. Yeah, I seen you jumped into Reaper. I've just been so distracted and busy and haven't had time to do much surfing. This haven't been on stream in like I don't even know, man. And of course Botchix is still going. I don't know why. It's still going. Why are you? Do I have to push save or something? Whatever. What else am I doing? I was going to see the last time I streamed. It was like a week ago, I think. The Thursday? Yeah, it was the Wednesday. Last Wednesday. Good that I cut your streams like that sometimes. Yeah, life creeps up and you just want to like break away from the routine. Kind of what I did, and I did a little bit damage. But I mean, I'm still alive and that's what matters. Whatever happened, happened the way it happened. It couldn't happen any other way. We're alive and that's what matters. In the words of Morpheus from The Matrix. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing, I wanted to do something else. I wanted to do a little bit of sampling. This is an MPC sample session. And I wanted to move on past this, but I guess I'm still like going with this project. This is a track from a video game. And what I'm doing is I'm tracking it out, chopping it up into samples and sticking it into my MPC. I actually didn't set up my screen properly. So it's been a minute. So what I usually do is, let me look at, just go like this, and now my thing's sliding around. Like that, other way. More. So yeah, my sound is probably going to be like doubling and stuff. Which one to pick? So I'll load the project. Might as well start there, right? External. And then Philip Castle. So I got the drums here. Yeah, you can't hear that. I don't know why I can't hear that. I just totally finished setting that up. Which is fine, I guess. Well, yeah, I remember what I was doing. I was doing it through FL Studio last time. So I'll do that again. It's probably still, yeah, it's still running like that. So this, like that. It's going to be a little bit of a delay, but that's totally normal. Microphone? Why does it say microphone? I think it's just whatever it's set to. So input, output maybe? No, it's got to be input. And then let's see if that works. Yeah, I can't even hear it on my MPC sample speaker. I think I like had this issue last time too. Just got to reset the driver. No. I got to change the input. I don't think that's the case either. Source microphone. Monitor off, monitor on maybe? Auto. Because it's not an input, it's just the actual, maybe it is output. MPC sample audio. So what am I doing wrong? Volume's up. I'll try like reload another project. So I think that's gonna help though. Just try something small.
Hey.
Yeah, no, I can see it running, but I can't get it to come in here. Well then, technical difficulties, eh? Oh, I can't. Oh, it's running. It's just turned off. Okay, so it was running the whole time. Heard it a bit there. So it's actually, but that one isn't like, why? Gotta reset the driver again. But that wouldn't really matter. Maybe volume. Let's reset something. So default. Okay, so it's a microphone. MPC sample. And nothing. Weird. Is it the project that's messed? Sure, songwriter. I don't know what that is, but error loading project. Okay, let's try to make my washing machine. I recorded my washing machine. Well, not my washing machine, but yeah. So like that's working. And is that coming through the stream? It's coming through the stream 3 times. Okay. Let me drop that one. That's kind of the only one I need. Stop. Okay, so there's an issue with the project. Load the project. But I can see the samples. Like I can see them that they're loaded. Yeah, and they're not playing out of the speaker. Let's try the second pad bank here. It was totally working before. What the hell? I'm gonna pull the MPC sample and see what's going on. Record. Okay, so now it's dropped all of its drivers. What the? Like, I totally reloaded this project before. Okay, give me a new project. Clear everything. Because these samples are a little funny. I wouldn't say that they're like totally broken. Okay, now it's grabbing my microphone. Just mute that, I guess. I only have like, I don't know, half hour with 20 minutes to keep going here. And then what do I want to load? I want to reload the project. No, it doesn't want to do them. What I can do is I can do sample select and then video games. Okay, so there. I don't know why it doesn't want to load them. It doesn't want to play them. So what am I missing? It must be something globally. So shift loop lock, because there's like a global volume. How do I get to that again? Normalize filter. Wow, yeah. Sample. Okay, so tune, trim, mix, kit volume. There we go. And it's all the way down. How did that even happen? Yeah, like, how did that even happen? People have been like complaining that the MPC sample has its little quirks, and that's probably one of them. That's crazy that I had to go through all of that just to discover that. And another thing that bugs me is that I can't actually get it back to 0%. It's like plus 0.5 or negative 0.2. So, whatever. But yeah, here are the samples. I'm going to turn this down, and I should be able to get them out of here now. I can't get... Oh, it's looping back here. Give me a second. Because it probably dropped the driver. Like that, and then like this. Reset the driver again. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, these. Wow. And the pad bank B. And I got the bass in there. Oh, and I just muted it by accident here. And then the issue I was having was like I have this like piano bit. If we listen. So that like Rhodesy kind of electric piano bit, when I load it in, it loads as a one shot, and all I get is this. Oh wait. Okay, stop. Brain surgery. Yeah, so not exactly what I'm looking for. What I want to do is just kind of like trigger the one samples, I guess. It was difficult enough to get like these samples in stems like this. I had to use a laundry list of tools. Well, not really. It was just like one or two tools. So my question is like, what do I do now kind of thing? I have to figure out these chords. And in order to do that, so I have these samples. And this is just like practice. It's just something I wanted to do. And it's not even like a real layout of sound. It's just me pushing buttons and triggering the samples, and then like the notes are there. So all in all, I'm not going to be like actually playing real chords. It's just me triggering stuff, which is kind of lame, but whatever. So what is the next step? Figuring out this chord, right? So I got that in there. That needs to come down 12 to be literal. Also never misses. And then, oops. If we look at the notes, we get C, D, F, G, right? So that could be like anything. That could be A. If you want to stay on the notes for sure. But like I could plug in my MIDI guitar and play it like that. This is just supposed to be for whatever, right? So I'm just thinking here, like there's too many buttons in FL Studio now. What am I doing here? C3, because I can play it on my like. I think I'm on the wrong instrument here. Okay, so it wasn't lowered, it's here. This is actually playing. So like that could be anything, right? So the question is, which do I gotta practice and spitball here to see. I could probably pull it out of the lead. It's right to, because I have the lead and the lead. Okay, so let's look at that. Maybe the best way to go is to dissect it, right? Okay, so there, it doesn't look like it helped very much. So again, we got D. Why are these waveforms are all stretched out? D, D, E, F, G, H, just kidding. A, right? A sharp, B, K. So that didn't help. It just looks like C major, but it feels like a minor song. Okay. Well, I'll know by the chords for sure. So what I can do is I'll take this guy. This is just kind of in the way. And I'll take this, get a fresh pattern. And then H. Do I want this? Major and chords, right? Major and chords. Like it doesn't matter. Oh, there's a minor and chords. So let's go minor and chords. And then we're in C. So this. I don't know why it's still playing so low. I thought I moved it up. So where are the chords at? Is it monophonic? I might as well just play the chords. It's really high though, eh? Give me major. Just dissect it. From here, solo that. That's the lead. I think that's what I'm doing wrong. So like here, this is what I want. It's not there, eh? Interesting. So is it minor then? But what would that make it? I don't know why my thing isn't going through the span. Let's move Wave Candy over here. I wish I could just grab the whole thing. Can I do that? No, it doesn't let me do that. Okay, just gonna go like this and toss it here. And I'll kill this one. And I'll see where I'm playing in contrast to where it's playing. Okay, so I'm still quite low. Let's come up a bit. Right there. Okay, yeah, so it's like a different chord. And I seem to have more harmonics for some reason. Maybe it's not a full triad. Like that? Okay, let's go back to major. I hope this guy didn't do something weird that I'm never going to figure out, like an accident. Ooh, getting close. No. What is going on? It's not right. Minor. I think that's it, eh? Mine sounds like a car horn. And of course it has to like break funny on my keyboard, so I can't play it properly. He's moving the thing. He's moving the chord. Yeah. So it's not even like it's not changing. Okay, so what I can do to like get it to fit on my thing is I can't though, wait, because it like breaks right there. All I can do is sequence it out. That's the best I'm gonna get, I think. Okay, so let's do some step editing here. Fresh pattern. Pattern 2. How much time do I got? 10 minutes. Okay, so step editing. And then it comes down. I think that's here. Down. So he's probably playing the same triad with a different voicing on the bottom, which would be here. No. No. That's the okay. And then way down? Oops. Give me, I lost my song position. Okay, so like that, step editing is off. Okay, it's starting from the beginning. Let's take it to the punch. It'd be so much easier if I could actually play it. Dun, dun, dun. Is it like split or maybe split? So it's coming down where? B? Okay, so I don't have a B. Why don't I have a B? What am I in? Minor. Okay, so major. Give me the B. There we go. And then that's what? What are my chords here? C and D. Okay. I was in C minor, right? What's the complement to C minor? It would be 2 up. 2 up, so C sharp, D major? Yeah, okay, so I figured this out already. It's D major. Ooh, okay. B. There it is. Now I don't have a C. Let's just go C major, D sharp. So he's playing a D sharp. What is C? What scale? Finder. Is it this one? It is. Okay. So which one have C, D sharp, and then what did I say? F and G and stuff? Is that what's missing? Because I was playing F. Yeah, so there's a D in there. And then there's a B. 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 Let's go back to the bass line here. B and C, D. What's that? F and G. F and G. F and G. It's fine. Find the scales. C harmonic, C melodic minor. Okay, so I'm in C minor, but I don't have a B. I don't know why it shows me in flats. Like I punched it in as so C minor, D major or C minor. It says C minor. But I don't have a B. Yeah, no, that doesn't give me a beat, so it's gotta be D major. Is it B though? Okay, it's just my ears wishing it was C minor then it said. So what is it then? What's close to B? A sharp? My end key rollover is dying. I swear it's B. I think the reverb's just messing with it, so let's go D major. Oh, but then I don't have a C. I don't have anywhere to expand to. I could play it on the MPC. Maybe it's like a sharp or something. Let's go back to the source here and I can get some clean notes. Because I'm pretty sure that the, what do you call it's messing it up? The reverb? And I can't get past that. I don't have this project running. And I'm probably out of time. Resources. Games? Is it under games? It's not. There's no way I did it in the cloud. Project data. Music production. Video game music. New folder. SNES. No, those are just SPCs. Where did I work it? Gaming? Okay, maybe it's in like old resources. Project data, music production. No, I don't see it there either. Resources, programs, resources, audio. There was no way I would have done it in the cloud, but I mean, if that's where I gotta go, then that's where I gotta go. To the cloud. Video game. Music production. Video game music. SNES. It's not even there either. Did I dispose of the workflow? So there it is there. But like I wouldn't have just disposed of the workflow. Okay, so it's not letting me. Because it's in the cloud. Bugger. Samples? What a bloat. Workflow, resources, audio? No. Project data. It's video, game music. Yeah, it should be like here, but I don't see it. I'm not sure that I streamed it. Is it like... Okay, well, let's bring it in then. Did I totally just ditch that folder? Okay, resources, audio, video game music, SPC to BR, SPC, okay, so video games, SNES, SPC tool, give me the original, this one, SPC tool right there, toss that here, no, not there, here, what is in the folder, okay, SPC tool, and I don't have the BRR, do I? Let's go get the BRR from here. It's LG. LAG. Copy. Wow, did I ever really mess up that workflow? That's crazy. Stop. Okay, so that's time. What I'll do is I'll just dump this, see if I can get it out at least, and then next time I'll do that dissection. Then I want to go to here. Where's my SPC? What did I do? Did I not paste it? here. Okay, whoa, didn't expect that. Give me Phillips Castle. Is it like number 9 or something? 9. Desert Plains. What? Castle Siegfried. Castle Mark Phillips. Why does it say Mark Phillips? Who's this Mark? Let's go up. Down. Here, what number was that? I don't remember. Oh, I have to. Just give me all files. You should be able to see it. Mark Phillips. No, can't handle it. Why? Are you, you're an MP3. Wrong batch. Okay, so let's go ahead and just delete that. And then see, these are tools. Audio, video game music. Isn't it like there? So these are all MP3s? Okay, so I have to do something about that because that's probably a pretty heavy folder that I never noticed was sitting there. Yeah, that's like 10 gigs. I gotta delete that. Bugger. Kept my scripts. Samples is that. This is a core folder. Stems are there. Well then. Let's try this. Are you SBC? SBC sets. RSN. Okay, so this is where it gets kind of weird. Just give me like LAG. Can you do that? Thank you. Dump that there. And then extract it like a zip. Okay, and then I can load SPC tool. 15 years of messing around with this stuff, right? Okay, I don't remember which one it was, like 10? And I deleted that folder, didn't I? That was labeled. But I didn't delete it. Crap, but I can't get to mine. And if I undo, it's going to undo everything. Okay, because you can't see your... Open a new window. You can't see your like recycling bin from the desktop, and my desktop is covered. Like in this way of looking at the desktop, you can't see the recycling. Can I get there like this? Recycling? Yeah, I can. Okay, so go back, and then... this, let's restore that. There it is there. Okay, so which number am I looking for? Mark Phillips, number 8. Up there. No, number 8. Okay, now can I kill the reverb? This thing is like really finicky. Yeah, crashed already. Good job. Okay, can you like go away now? Because you're broken. Close, cancel. SBC tool. Like if you do anything wrong, it totally just buckles. So, play the whole track. That's the wrong track. Oh my god. Give me number 9 then. Oh, it actually says in the top corner which track it is. Okay, give me 7. I can just load a whole bunch. Okay, just give me everything then. Open up. That one. There it is. Number 13. Can you barely what I want to do is I want to go emulation, tools, record to wave, make high quality. Okay, but I need to kill the reverb. Preference, like the SNES, custom, mixing, source debug devices. So I'm going to get this done now. Disable echo, custom, disable echo feedback, crosstalk, stereo separation, whatever, it's fine. Okay, and now I just want that one instrument. And which instrument is that? Samples, because I left the numbers in, didn't I? I did. Rhythm 3? Is it rhythm 3? Let's jump back here, see which one I'm looking at. Yes, it's number 3. So what I gotta do is I gotta kill all the other samples except for 3. So how do I do that again? Mute, silence. Can I, there we go. And silence, like that. Silence. And then it should be just that one, right? Okay, yeah, no, so it's totally gone. Okay, record the wave, cruise my own settings. Oh, I gotta do it here. Disable echo. All sounds off. Normalization. Stereo separation. Go. I don't even know where it's dumping them. Here. In the home? Yeah, in the home. Okay. So now, let's bring this in. Did it work? It did. Nice. Okay. So, after all that, now I can determine without any, loops, where is it? Did I bring it? I brought it in as a sample. Good. Thanks, FL Studio. Okay, over here. This can go away. Solo. And you know what? I totally didn't realize that I could have just used the pitch detector. But it's chords, right? So I don't know how well that's gonna behave. There it is. So this is D, and then E, F, G are the roots for those chords as far as I can tell. So yeah, that's going to have to wait till next session. That's done for today. Big shout out to Testman for coming through. I'm not sure like a shout out will help anyway, because I only have 3 viewers, but I mean, I guess I can try. I got to get used to it anyway. Testman underscore man underscore music, like that. There it goes. Does that work? It does. Interesting. Cool. Alright, yeah. I'll call it here. Thanks for the raid. And then it's going to have to wait till next session before I can continue this. And yeah, you know, like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to help support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for JWP Fund. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever makes you click or appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Until next time.
Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage line drum module, featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas, with shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plugin with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage line drum module, featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas, with shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plugin with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level. Finally, immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage line drum module, featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas, with shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plugin with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.
Hello world, this is JWP, J Ward Primo Beats, coming to you live from my living room. For around 20 years, I've been mixing and mastering music, rapping, songwriting. Recently started singing, along with everything else that goes with music production, such as graphic design and editing, photo editing, video editing. And for around 15 years, I've been using SynthEdit to make my own audio plugins. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to help support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for JWP Fund. To hire me for music, mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached at jwpmas@gmail.com. Straight into it here. Get this thing out of my way. Should be over here. All right. Vocal practice. Slides. So freeze. Arc. Go. Soothe. Articulation. I think there's too many here. I'll go through them like real quick. Push, push, bat, bat, take, take, dream, dream, keep, keep, go, go, friend, friend, vote, vote, three, three, that, see, buzz, buzz, shoe, shoe, garage, garage, hat, hat, choose, choose, join, join, my, run, run, ring, ring, love, love, right, we, yes, yes, me, if, place, dress, dress, trap, park, lot, caught, look, smooth, fun, suppose, is there like a one word? About, world, fine, joy, brown, because I can pick like a one, right? Yeah. What's this? No syllables, okay. Sustained. Voice. As in what? I don't know what that sound is. Okay, and some fractives. Okay. It does a vocal fry. Some vocal compression. Some belting. There's the compression there. Of course, glottal fry. Get you next time. Time. Gadget. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to hire me for music, mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached at gwpmas@gmail.com. If you'd like to support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for GWP Fund. Like, comment, subscribe, follow. Whatever makes you click are appreciated. Thanks for watching.
Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage Line drum module, featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas, with shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plugin with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.
So last few sessions I had been looking for a tool to create a guitar chord scale block book with. I finally found something last session. I finally found something called Fretflip. I have since been in contact with the developer, and I'll be moving on with Fretflip and starting to put together some packages. Hello world, this is JWP, J Ward Primo Beats, coming to you live from my living room. For around 20 years I've been mixing and mastering music, rapping, songwriting, Recently started singing, along with everything else that goes with music production, such as graphic design and editing, photo editing, video editing. And for around 15 years, I've been using SynthEdit to make my own audio plugins. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to hire me for music mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached at jwpmas@gmail.com. As I mentioned, I've been using FretFlip now to build a guitar book. I believe I was doing, I'm just going to look here. This is supposed to be on a different screen. And then I want to go here, and I just want a new container. I just want to see where things have been sitting, because I know in my guitar I was doing D. Practice D. E2 practice. Okay, so it's been, I don't lose anything. Do my best to keep up with editing. I just haven't been pushing to YouTube, which is annoying, but I mean, I'll catch up eventually. There's this big block of things. I'm just looking for, yeah, here we go. F sharp major. Okay. So that's where I'm supposed to be. F sharp major. I wonder if I should just move on to G. So perhaps I'll just move on to G. So I'll start with G. Because yeah, my guitar stuff has been in D, and then my vocal stuff F sharp. So I want to get everything on the same page. Today is actually supposed to be a FL Studio jam. However, I can't move forward until I have bass, right? And bass, by bass, I mean I want to do G. Well, I wanted to do F sharp, but I want to do G now. So as well, as I was saying, I've been in touch with the developer. I can't remember his name off the bat. I think it's here. And he had given me access to sort of the beta or the test version. So it's a test FretFlip. So this is a more advanced version where we can now have export as SVG along with WebP. I don't know where that went. That should have asked me where I want to download, whatever. So that's great. However, the only issue is with it right now is that it doesn't save. And David from FretFlip, and he has given me access to 25 slots. Normally, when you sign up or when you're just using the website, I think you have to sign up to use the personal storage. You only get 3 slots. So now that I've gotten in touch with him, he has given me 25 for sort of the feedback he said. But I know that you can ask for an extension, and I'm sure he'll be happy to grant it. So right now, it's just this one. I can only save here as far as I know. So I'll sign in, because he said he's working out the specifics as far as, let's go sign in here. The saving system, he said that he's rebuilding the storage saving system or something. So I don't know how that's going to work as far as, how would I say, migrating. Okay, so let's see here. So these are here, temp storage. So what I'll do is I'll just start G and I'll see what happens. So let's go G major, and then yeah, so it's fine. As well, a whole key situation, there's no way to it looks like he did actually change that, because this is root. And what was I on? F? Oh no, it's not really. Okay, so I was on F sharp, I think. Or was it D? Is it just F? And yeah, it doesn't let you do sharps, right? I don't know why it lets you do sharps there and then not here, because this is supposed to be F A sharp. So that was an issue I was having. But I'm on to G now. So this is just, yeah, the system, the way it works. So G regular, I guess. And then this is a flat. It looks like a flat system. I don't know why I have flats here. As well, he had included the remove, I asked for this, remove the 0 per, what are they called? Chord fret kit. So, for example, if I want to go, let's just go like 4, I think it's 4, 5, to go vertical. No, it's going to be 4. To go vertical, it just automatically goes vertical. And then, what am I thinking? Oh, I went triad major. Okay, and then, yeah, so like, I can remove the per, right? Because it's not here, but it's also, it's here now. So I'd prefer like not there and then here, kind of thing. So let's see if that saves. I don't know if that's going to save very well. Let's see. Save as, make a copy. Data storage disabled for test. Okay, so it totally doesn't work right now. So in order to do these new perks and stuff, I have to just kind of deal with it later. I won't be able to save the work. As things sit right now, I just have this guy here and no SVG. So I'll work in here. I also want dark mode, I suppose. Just easier on the eyes. Yeah, so there's no SVG here yet. So I can just export from here. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to save certain things. Is there like a blank initial presets? No? Yeah, there's no like blank. Start soloing. Three notes per scale. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm just like browsing. Anyway, I have no clue. Let's just get out of here and we'll, I guess I'll just use, oh, I'm not logged in. So I gotta log in again because it's a different website, so to speak. So I'll probably be able to go for maybe 2 hours. Let's see. So give me C, I suppose. And then what's going on here? Okay, so kind of things are all over the place a little bit. So C starting position 2, and then what I want to do, G. So I'll say, save as copy, and then I want to edit this, so I'll select G major. As well too, like what to do with. Is it done? It's a major copy. Okay, so it didn't change its name. I don't know why. Can I edit the name? So change it to this. There it is. Okay. Okay, so chords first position. Why can't I edit this? There we go. And then I want this to be G. So G looks like a sharp. Let's see. G major scale. What's it called? Key. What do they call it? Looks like Amazon. No. In the Amazon. Key guide, key signature. Consists of 1 sharp. Okay. So then, like the way it displays, why doesn't it automatically? Because if I print this, there's still going to be all those flats in the back. Yeah. So I can just do it manually. It's fine. I just don't know why it doesn't automatically do that for me. Because it is a flat system. E flat. Or E sharp. What do you mean E sharp? Is that a thing? C sharp. Everything else looks right, but why? Why is it making me think about this? Is there a G sharp? There's a G sharp, right? What the hell? Yeah, there's no E sharp. Why? E sharp. No, there's no E sharp. F sharp, G. Okay, see B flat 7, like why? E sharp. Right. I must not know what I'm talking about because I've never seen flats and sharp in the same key signature. Bone bag just follow. What's happening, bone bag? Yeah, I've never seen sharps and flats in the same key signature. Like I thought that was the whole point of key signatures, is to separate them. Is there? Okay, so let's just go to Gemini. I have to switch my screens here. Oop. Wrong screen. Gemini. And then like I'll just say why is fret flip displaying all the other notes as flats except for what? F sharp? F sharp, yeah. Except for F sharp. And why does it? Oh, for G major, for the key of G major. And why does it let me change? What is it? I guess I could show this now. Why does it let me change F into an E sharp? F into E sharp. I thought there is no thing as E sharp, but E flat. What am I looking at here? Flash. No, let's just go light. It's fine. Standard's fine. Go. A bottle of water. Experience common hurdle when learning music theory, specifically regarding how you spell music. The short answer is that E is technically a real note. What? It sounds exactly like an F, but it's only used in specific theoretical contexts when the rules of the musical grammar require it. What? No. Why forever uses sharps and flats? Music theory requires that every scale uses the same musical letters, yeah? This is to ensure that when you look at a musical stuff, you have one note per line of space, yes. In the key of G major, the notes are, yes. If you tried to replace that F sharp with a G flat, you would end up with two types of G's, G and G flat, and no F at all. I know that's not what I asked. By using F sharp, you preserve the one for every letter rule, which is foundational grammar of Western music. What's happening, Bobeg? Bobeg says hi. Why you see E sharp? You mentioned that you thought there was no such thing as E sharp. While it doesn't exist as a separate pitch on a piano, isn't it just because of the writing? Sorry about the bot. Let me fix my stream here. I'll do this first so that the ads don't kick in right away. I think you got like in at a good time where the ads aren't going to jump on you. Yeah, so you still have a few minutes left. Let me go ahead and turn those down. And then the next one's not going to happen for like a half hour. And then let me go over here and I want to go to, who's my bot? Bitrix. And I'll get it to Bitrix? What? Botrix. Botrix? There it is. And I'll get that guy to can it. Remember when I wrote tabs, I was confusions as well. Integrations, chatbot. And I got to turn off its message to say that this is a rerun because it's not. Usually a lot, like people don't usually stop in. I stream really early, so I don't expect people to stop in. But yeah, is this running? This isn't supposed to be running. Okay, so back here. Why, blah, blah, blah. The context for F would be simpler. The software is programmed to prioritize the mathematical and grammatical consistency of musical theory. And harmonic equivalence. Yes, okay. I just joined an hour ago. So dope. Like my stream, right? Yeah. Account created 4 hours ago. Bro. Welcome to Twitch, I guess. Huh? Like the first time. Well, I hope I can set the precedent for Twitch. It's pretty awesome. I wouldn't say awesome place. Huh? I feel like it's pretty decent. Like if you're new to Twitch and you're a musician, you're gonna be blown away. I was pretty blown away because like I thought I was good at music, or I thought, I had a lot of grind, or I thought, music was a certain way. But if you like explore Twitch and you see how many artists there are and all the variety and like all the different kinds of things people are doing, it's just like, it's so humbling. The people be on their grind. There's also different types of streamers. So there's a type of streamer called music feedback streamer. A lot of them, they're not artists per se, but they will, like, you can bring your music to them and they'll give you feedback in a degree. I used to do it. I just don't really make time for it anymore. I'm a technical feedback. So like I'll analyze music and I'll make sure that, things are mixed and mastered properly, not properly, but to a standard where you're not going to garbly goop your speakers kind of thing. Like just sort of where things sound decent, like a bass line kind of thing. It's an art, right? So everybody mixes and masters differently. Okay, context 6. You will almost never see an E sharp in the key of G major. If you see it in a tool like fret flip, it's likely because the software is allowing you to force a spelling that follows the one of each letter rule, even if it's musically unusual for that specific key. For your project, just remember that while E and B feel like fake because they land on white keys on the piano, sharp, respectively, they're vital tools for keeping notation. Okay, so it's just because it's trying to do it mathematically. That's why I can create an E sharp. And then what else did it say? A B sharp? Is there going to be a B sharp? No, it's not going to be B sharp. Anyway, so I'm going to keep that in F. I was just like confused. Like, what the hell? F, yeah, okay. Is there an F? There's no F. I got to reset it now because I don't know. And then G. No, I don't think there is. Let's just go F and then G. Okay, no, they're still, okay, so they're still in sharp. That's a little annoying. Why? Oh, it's also got an E sharp. What the hell? Okay, so I'm just gonna like destroy it. Delete it. How do I even delete? I think it's here, right? There's a garbage can. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And why is this? Oh, because it's second position. Okay, give me a new one. Okay, so this is the new one. This is G major. Give me major Ionian. And then G major. So what's going on with you today, Bone Bag? Are you just like scouring the platform, checking it out for the first time kind of thing? And then this is gray. And then I want to color my roots. G. I hope you enjoyed Twitch, and I'm sure you'll get your bearings once you start to understand it. There's a couple competitive platforms. I found Kick. Kick is a competitive platform. It's not very lucrative for me. Twitch actually pays me. I've gotten like $0 from Kick, even though they're supposed to be like a bit better. And it's just, I feel like, I don't know if it's still there. I'm gonna play, but Kick is a little less strict, I guess, and it's a little more rude. So let's see if it's still there. So like in one of these things, in their like promo thing, there was this picture. Let's see if I can find it. So like these things here, ads are happening. All right, all ad break ends. I don't know why it's running now. Alright, yeah, I apologize for the ads. As I said, I attempted to push them later, and a lot of times it won't feed like a full 3 minutes of ads, probably because you're new. So if you watch a full 3 minute block, a lot of times it runs out of ads, so it'll just give you like 15 seconds or a minute. But having it set to 3 minutes will give me a whole hour of ad-free stuff. So yeah, in the Kick thing, there was like, in these comments on the picture on the Android Play Store or whatever, it said in here, oh, so you couldn't make it on Twitch, so your scumbag ass went to like Kick or something. I was like, holy fuck, like that's brutal. And one of Twitch's major rules is no oral sex suggestions or no oral sex depictions or just period, right? And then recently I've been seeing a lot of like sexual activity on Kick and like things like that, like straight up blowjobs on Twitch, on Kick, like under the covers, like covered up, but like straight up. So definitely a different place. Yeah, I don't really, I stream on Kick, like my reruns go to Kick. I run reruns throughout the day after I'm done, but this is actually live here, the rare opportunity to catch me live. Yeah, so there's other places if you want to check out Kick. It's sort of like Twitch. It's just a different ball game kind of thing. I don't really mess with it. I used to multi-stream. Of course, there's live streaming on YouTube too, but it's so hard to like find live streaming. Like when you go to YouTube, it's just here and there you'll see when someone's live, but there's not like a live channel. It'll show you like who's live, and then like say if you want FL Studio, you can kind of find your way to live, but it's not like everybody's live, right? So you have to go filters and then live. Yeah, so I don't know, I can't really show anybody kind of thing right now. Okay, it kind of does show people. Okay, yeah, and a lot of times these guys are multi-streamers too, so they will be on Twitch as well, and it's just a different ball game. There's a lot of people streaming right now. There's a lot of beat makers going on right now. They're the same channel. They're the same channel, but they're live. How does that work? Beat Cook-Up Marathon. I don't know what's going on there. And then there's TikTok too. I don't really mess with TikTok. Because it's like a Chinese site. It's not specifically that I don't like Chinese sites. It's just, it's really security. Every time I log in, I have to log in again. And then it'll kick me out the next time I try to visit. And then sometimes it'll say you are committed illegal activity, and it'll just totally block me from the whole TikTok site. And then I have to go back like a half hour later, and it's stupid. Especially if like I'm trying to do something. Like, no, forget TikTok. Anyway, G major, and then I want just five. I don't know why. I think it's just from the previous set. Yeah, okay, so I just have to 5, and then I want 0 fret, and I want 4 fingers. And look at that whole block right there. Okay, so I'll just go 4 fingers. And then, oh, it switched itself. Okay, I don't want that. And then I want to edit this to C major second position, G major second position. So did you have any questions about Twitch or anything in general, considering what I'm doing? Okay, so I can't get rid of 0 fret here for now. I can use this button, but I'm just going to keep it active. I will color this G though. I gotta get rid of these C's. No, U. Go away. And U, I want to turn on the paintbrush, right? And I'll push this. I think it's just down like that. Yeah. And then I can color G. Okay. Is this platform just to create the melody? So I'm creating like a guitar book. I was supposed to be in the lab today. Like some of my previous sessions, I have a MIDI guitar and I have a MPC sample and I have a microphone. I have this like the mask so I can practice singing, but generally when I'm doing my jam, I don't wear it because I don't have enough USB ports, but for the most part, I'm not writing. So I require something to look at. And these are scales for guitars, so you follow along, do when you're playing. So this is a practice book. I'm creating a practice book, and I had a hard time finding tools. I was using Chordius, but Chordius goes a little too hard. It's not really what I want. So if I go search, it'll show me like all of these scale things, and then there's like holes in the middle, and like I can't use this. This is taking too long, and it just isn't working. And then I also have Table Edit, and Table Edit will help me visualize chords, and it'll help me visualize like tabs and chords. I think it's more chords. So I did have some stuff. I think like a regular G major was like 3 and 0, I think, right? Oops. And then I could stick a chord in there like that. And that's as far as I got. And it was just like, what am I doing kind of thing? So like this, and then like that. And then that's sort of a G, right? And it's just not working. So I dug around and I found Fret Flip. And Fret Flip allows me to create images of what are called scale blocks. And scale blocks are that scale for practice. It actually stems from Word. I have a practice book I created, and I was using assets from somebody else's website. The website's no longer around. The website was called Guitar Friendly. So this is a scale block, and this is sort of how you practice, follow along, and learn a scale. And then these are bar chords, but I want triad chords, and triad chords are only 3 notes, so to speak. And yeah, so that's what I'm working on, is putting together a book. And then when I sit down and I jam, I can just look at the practice book and I can grab a scale, or I can, put together the chords and then stay within that key. And yeah, it took a little bit of time to get here, but I'm here now. So continuing along, this needs to be G, F sharp. There's the F sharp again, which is fine, but I want these guys to be sharps too, because there's no point in having, let's see, okay, and then sharp and D sharp, okay. Because yeah, there's no point in having the background stuff, because when I print it, it'll print those flats too, which is annoying. So if it's in the key of sharp, then it's going to stay in sharp. Look, I got a flat in there, which is annoying. A couple flats. How do I get rid of that? I can't. I just have to turn them off. I have to turn them off. That's no good. Is that like a rest symbol? No, it's sharp. I don't know why it's printing flats. Yeah, look, it doesn't matter if I set them to sharp. It's still going to continue to print flats. That's annoying. Whatever, I guess. There's nothing I can do about it. It's a free tool, so I guess I should just be happy. Yeah, it's still printing flats. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll save, And I'll jump into the new one and I'll see if it's still doing that. Okay, so G. These are set up. Let's set them up to be sharps. Sharp, sharp. And then what happens? Are they still... Why is it that way? So it's printing sharps, but why is it up and down? Because it's 4? I think because it's 4. What the hell? Okay, so I'm going to have to tell the developer that, yeah, when I set it to vertical or horizontal, it's still printing vertical when it's at 4. I bet if I went like 5, it'll flip it manually or automatically, right? Yeah, okay. But I don't want these. That's the issue. I mean, I can turn them off. Right? And then print. Yeah, and then they're no longer there, but they're also whole notes. That's fine. They're supposed to be. But the main point is, yeah, those background guys are sharps, which, I mean, it's just me nitpicking. I just don't want to be distracted. Of course, if it's a sharp key signature, then it should display sharps, not flats. Nitpicking, I don't care. I'm just going to keep going here. But I do have to tell the dev that... yeah, I got to tell the dev. Mail. Oops, not that one though. I want my business account. And then let's follow up with them here. I'll say reply David when printing in the standard platform. Example G major. I set the notes to display as sharps as it is a sharp key. The print is still showing the flats. This doesn't happen in the test platform. However, if my scale block only has 4 frets, it will export the image vertically instead of the set horizontal. No worries about the sharp display, but the 4 fret export may be considered bug. Be considered a bug? Maybe? What's wrong with my grammar? What? Maybe. Horizontal, what's wrong with horizontal? Horizontally? No. Orientation. Okay, whatever. Continuing along. Second position, okay, what's the third position? Third position starts at 3, 5? That starts at 5, okay. So give me another one. Can I just duplicate this? G. 4. 2 to 6, that's right. Okay, so let's duplicate this. G major, third position. And do I gotta paint any G's? I have to move it up first, okay. So it starts at 5, and looks like there's a previous note here, but the issue is if I don't include it, I don't even have like the G thing. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. B, G. Because if I don't include it, it's not going to sound right. Because it'll go do 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 do, and then it'll skip one. Like it won't flow together, right? That's why that's included. Maybe I should be looking at GA. File and open folders. Guitar practice book. Well, aren't you gonna take me there? Do I have guitar practice book? C dog? What? Guitar book? Study guide. Guitar. Worksheets. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Open the window. I mean, it should be there. C. Here it is. Okay, so G. Word could not. Okay, whatever. What was I looking at? Guitar study guide. G. Okay, so here's G. So yeah, it looks like it has like that F sharp, right? Which again is an issue. If I don't include it, it's not going to step right. We go from F sharp to G. So F sharp to G. And if I don't include this F sharp, it's not going to sound right. GA. So I guess that's how I can calculate it. So, because I need like the notes to flow properly. And then where there's situations where there's double notes, because I know there's double notes sometimes. If we go G, A, and then like, or EAC will hit like a D here, right? A D here. There's situations where it's in reach, but like if you try to include it, it'll D, it'll, when you're climbing the scale, it'll play the same note twice. So the situation is, why does it say C? It's G. It's supposed to be G. Okay. What I want to do here, I want to calculate, right? So I guess I can get around that by doing this, adding like a fifth. And then I can see here what my notes are. So E, I'll just include this anyway. G is the root. G, yeah, G sharp, no, A. So 2 A's, I gotta pick an A. I'll climb with the A, so I'll get rid of that. A sharp, B, C, and then there's D. There's also D here, so I'll include that one. It should like try to stay within the 4 range, right? 4 fingers. So D, D, and then E again, F, F sharp. And of course G up here, so let's get rid of that one. And A, A's there, B, C. So this is one of the situations where there is 2 notes beside each other, or I can keep this one. I can keep this one and this one, or this one and this one, right? So, but for finger's sake, like I could keep this B and skip that one, but like for flow's sake too, I want to keep the open. So let's just nullify those 2. C, C, C sharp, D, and again an E, so I can reach, or I can keep that one, or in this case I'm going to keep this one, and then F sharp, G, and I think that's it, right? And then I want to come back down. It'd be nice to end on E, but that's fine. And then I can just nullify A there. So there's not really any real point of keeping. And then what did the original say? The original said keep this F sharp. F sharp, G. F sharp here. D, E, F sharp. D, E, F sharp. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of out of range, but not really. It's just because like we have the open fret too, right? So in 1, 2, 3, 4 fingers, it just looks out of range, but it's really not. And then in the second position, of course, there's nothing else out of range. I'll keep that 5th fret. It's fine. Okay, second position. 2 to 6. Let's go 2 to 7, just so it doesn't bump. And again, this position, I'm not even going to calculate it. I'll just fall back. I don't need this. I can turn them off, I guess. Just for the smell of it. And then drop the last whole bit here. How many notes is that? I think that's too many, eh? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's too many. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's too many. Okay, so let's back it up. And then third position. Oh, I gotta copy this. Didn't I though? Yeah, okay, so it's right there. Third position starts at 5. So this was the issue I was having, that we're reaching out, right? So now we'll be able to determine if that's actually the best move. Do I have any extra G's? Oh, I actually want to move it first. So 5, we'll start with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is 5. 5 slots, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that really... Why am I missing the B here? Okay, so I'll reset the scale. Let's just do like that. Yeah, there it is. Okay. And then G, is this one right? Did I just do the second position? Bugger. Okay. I can swap these around, right? Can I undo? Is there an undo button? There is not. Okay, so this is kind of already going, so I'm just going to push this down. And I'll just rename them. And I'll redo my second position again, I guess. To what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 to 6. Just to have that extra fret there. This is second. Okay, and then that's good. G's. Do I have any G's? I do have a G to paint here. Paint that G. Get rid of there. 2 to 6. Second position on the whole block. Drop these. Ooh, that's not what I want. Interesting how the paintbrush stays on. I thought if you close the whatever this is, the labeler, what do they call it? What do they call it? Marker? The marker. If you close the marker, it would stop painting, but I guess such is not the case. Just looking at them. BCGD. Looks good. So if I change the scale and then I move it into another one, it's going to reload it. Or it'll remember and it won't reload it. So I have to reload the scale every time. It's fine. Give me the paintbrush. No, paintbrush. G. That's it. Let's get it there and out of there. I think I can go for another hour. But I do need a BRB. Okay, so drop these. Yeah, and we can see these extra notes here kind of thing from the fourth. But the position is actually 5 to 8. I wish I could add like a drawing to say like this is where the thing is. But I guess I'll figure it out because like your hand mostly is going to be here. And then these guys are kind of sitting out because you want to move, right? When you're doing a scale, of course you want your 4 fingers to be optimized, but also if you have to move, you have to move. So it looks like B. Yeah, so this doesn't make it to B. If I open it up to 7, where'd it go? What the hell? 4 to 7. What happened? 8. 9. Yeah, we can see that. So our fingers are 1, 2, 3, 4. we can reach up here to grab that B, and we can reach up here to grab that F. Or we can reach down here to grab them. Right then. So then, the question is, why? As there are multiple positions, which way do I want to reach? Because this is 4 fingers. I think it's minimal, right? Like, because there's 2 here and there's 3 here. So if I choose 3, I'm constantly moving up, right? You know what I mean? Okay, so I'll ask Gemini, though, in a chord block, the scale, chord block, scale block, if I can spell, scale block, the scale will reach up or down into, say, out of the 4 finger reach. Why does the position of the chord block favor one direction over the other? Which way is the best choice? Which way and notes are the best choice? Now I'll turn it up a little bit here. Let's go flash. I'll just go fast, whatever, it's fine. Let's go block. Intent, favorite direction. Seeing from the choices whether shift your hand position vertically, or slide to a different part of the neck and move horizontally. That's not what I mean. Correct. The favorite direction exists. Software methods favor 1 finger per fret rule. Most standard scale blocks are designed to fit within the 4 because the most ergonomic stable will to play. While the scale requires 5 or more frets, the favorite direction is usually whether the class requires the fewest number of position shifts or the least amount of stretching. The B string shift. Guitar tuning is unique because the B string, which is tuned in major 3rd, 4th, this warps the grid. Yes, many patterns favor shifting vertically, but doesn't matter. Doesn't make sense on the E or B string to avoid stretch caused by this toning. Root note targeting. A scale pattern is something to resolve to a root note. The direction of the block often nudges you toward the most convenient octave of the tonic root note, making it easier to finish the phrase. So, choose your path. How to decide. If you aren't sure which way to move, use these strategies. That's right too. Like if I'm, what am I looking at here? Oh, too much stuff. Do I have 2 of these open? I'm just gonna pop this out because that's kind of in the way. And then, like, if I'm starting on G, shouldn't I be starting on G? Know what I mean? Like, I just ignore these 2 and then just move everything up to 3, and then that's where the scale sits. For example, if I copy this, just as an example, and then I say 3, and then there's that G, right? So that's where I would start, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'd cut out here. So that's really where G starts. And then the next G would start higher. Is this chair really going to be creaky like that? I bought this chair so it wouldn't creak. At least it's not as bad as like the other one I had, that was just super creaky. Every little move would be like a super creak kind of thing. Because the adjuster was like super, it was friction based. This one's notch based, so I can't hear the notches, which is good. So yeah, like what? Favorite dials. Okay, so the goal. the side if you aren't which way to move. Now, if you stay in one box, minimize hard travel. The ideal for fast legato rapid alternating pick is where you don't want the friction of a slide. But I'm not sliding. When to favor horizontal diagonal. Melodic is the vocal phrasing. Sliding horizontal is to connect the pattern seamlessly, mimicking how a human voice slides between pitches, like blah blah blah. Sound, the diagonal approach advanced with shifting, jumping with a whole hand, favors direct runs, 1, 1, 2, 4 systems by shifting 1 or 2 frets at a time while crossing strings. Yeah, that's right too, because you can go like diagonal. I've seen them. The best choice. There's no real best choice, but you can improve your decision making by asking yourself 2 questions. Does it serve the melody? If you're playing a slow emotional passage, moving horizontally, sliding, it will almost always sound better because it is more expressive. Does it serve the rhythm? While you're playing a fast riff, stay in the box. Trying to slide up or down the neck during high-speed passage often introduces fret noise. It's not sliding though, because like you just kind of do 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 do, and then you just move up one do 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 do. Like you just, I don't know what it's talking about. Pro tips: don't just practice block one way. When you hit the boundary, that's true too. You want to be like dynamic, right? Neck fluency. Okay, so the real question is, how do I want to build my blocks? And of course, Gemini isn't getting what I'm talking about, because essentially I should be starting at here, right? It's 3. But that's just for the first string, whereas the third or the 4th string starts at G there. Where does it end? I guess it's the better question, right? So if I grabbed it from here, I'd have to end there. That would be the end of my run. So in this book, he has it starting there. It's nice and low there too, because you get all of these things. If I choose, say, this, I'm sort of chopping out the lower notes. So we call it position 1 because it's in the lower range. I think I'm going to go with that because I want a lower range. Like I said, if I start up here, then I'll be stuck sort of in the high notes. And eventually, like once I get it under my fingers, I feel like I could probably just jump to these on my own once I know where things are. Once the muscle memory starts to kick in. Okay. Yes. Now, 3rd position. The question is, what am I doing here? So obviously, I want to cut out these guys, right? Because it's about minimizing position. The one thing I want to avoid is duplicate notes. So we have F sharp here, then we have B here, and then we have E there. So I'm pretty much following along with the book. Things are going to get a little different, like when I move into G sharp. That's another thing too. I just realized, how do I resolve the layout? Right? Because if a key signature determines the sharps or flats, what is the general mapping for all of them? Because right now I say like G, right? I say G, and then it's a sharp key signature. But if I go G sharp, is that in fact what's after G? A? Is that in fact an A flat system? You know what I mean? Like there's more flats in the G sharp than there is. So I gotta look. Do I have guitar book then? I'll just open up the chat here. The process of creating my guitar practice book. I realized that I have to follow key signatures for the notes and their their associated flats and sharps. So if I'm going to have all 12 keys, I have to determine which are sharp based and which are flat based, and then build my table of contents based on that context on that restriction. It's more of a restriction. Based on that restriction, give me on the notes, including I think they're called accidentals, including the accidentals. Assuming that's what they are called. That is what they're called. So I can determine how to build table of contents. Okay, so this is gonna warp my mind because I don't know all of the systems and their key signatures. To organize your guitar practice book efficiently, it is essential to map out the circle of fifths that will help you distinguish the keys, rely on sharps, and those rely on flats. In Western music, there are 12 chromatic notes. When building key signatures, we avoid mixing sharps and flats. A scale will use one or the other, but not both, with the rare exception of melodic minor or specialized theoretical contexts. The chromatic scale reference. Here are all 12 notes, including their enharmonic equivalents. Notes that sound the same, but are different. Okay, organizing by key signature. To determine your table of contents, you should group them based on their home key. The sharp keys add one sharper to the following note, while the flats add one from the following note. Okay, so I don't know how, that doesn't make sense to me. Whatever. Sharp keys. These keys are defined by the number of sharps in their signature. Sharps? F sharp, C sharp, okay? And then flat keys. These keys are identified by the number of flats in their signature. Oh yeah, and then there's enharmonic. I forgot about that too. The neutral keys, yeah. A minor, the relative natural minor, also has your, yeah, I guess so. Order use. Using this order allows you to follow the circle of fifths, which is a standard pedagogical. What? I've never heard that word before. Pedagogical? Define pedagogical. Pedagogical is the adjective that refers to the method, theory, or practice of teaching and education. It describes anything related to the progression of education and creating strategies. Now people pronounce this pedagogical.
Pedagogical.
Okay, so it's going through my other speaker here. I want it to come through my computer speaker.
Pedagogical.
Pedagogical. Pedagogical.
Pedagogical.
Let's say slow.
Pedagogical.
Pedagogical. That sounds like a song. Say the British version. It's fast.
Pedagogical.
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 Pedagogical. Even that sounds like a song.
Pedagogical.
Pedagogical. I'm gonna actually put that in my keep. Song ideas. Pedagogical. Song ideas. I just gotta put in notes here. Pedagogical, and then I'll like label it. Where's the label? Add label. Song ideas. Song ideas. I thought I had like song ideas. Song ideas. Okay, and then I can archive it. I don't know where it went. Pedagogical, archive. Okay, and I'm done. Pedagogical. Anyway, back to here. So, yeah, there's sums with like equal, right? I forgot about that. They're enharmonics or whatever. So, say I forgot about. I forgot about keys with equal number of accidentals that can be displayed as with flats or sharps. Those are things, right? Which keys are these? And what is the general industry standard for choosing to display them? Accidentals. My spelling's all over the place. Accidentals. Still got another 15 minutes left of those. General choosing. You are correct. These are called enharmonic keys, Mr. Music, because we use equal temperament, exactly the same distance. These pair of keys sound identical, even though are written differently. There are 3 pairs of major keys and 3 pairs of minor keys that are enharmonic equivalent. I don't know why. It's the way it's showing me is like, I can't. My brain doesn't like it. 6 sharp, 6 flat. See, so F sharp and D sharp. F sharp major. There's all these garbage in here. Goobly goop. Goobly goop. B major. Flat major. C flat major. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. B major and C flat major. 7 flats, 5 sharp. That doesn't make sense though. We'd choose flats, wouldn't we? Minor key pair. Okay, see, these are enharmonic. That's what it's telling me. It's saying G sharp is the same as B flat. But again, they're both sharps. No? They're not. C sharp flat. Oh, that makes it even worse. Because G sharp is the same as B major. And that's still a flat, that's still a sharp system. Because they trade, but B also exists in the flat system, right? Like there's a B flat and a B. So that's where it's getting me confused. And of course there's the equal ones. This is the one I'm mostly referring to, is the 6 and 6, because they're the exact same. Like it can be either. They contain both the same amount. Are they right beside each other though? That's sort of the idea, right? F sharp, G flat, F, G, yeah, they're right beside each other. They are essentially the same, and you can pick either. And I mean, I can only pick one or the other. I prefer the sharp system, but E flat, okay. So I guess that's where it kind of creates confusion as well, right? B major and then G sharp, C sharp, C flat. I think it's trying to display the symbol, but it's something's wrong with it, the way it's generating its markdown. So I need to check my messages real quick here. Oh dear. People be wild and all, man. Anyway, okay, so industry standard for choosing a key. So let's figure out where this is going. While they sound the same, musicians choose one of their based on their readability. Okay, that makes sense too, right? Because we want less markup. If we can choose 5 flats over 7 sharps, it's not as yuck, right? Because if our key signature, it'll just be like 7 opposed to like 5 flat, which makes sense. But of course, we still have the 6 and 6. So, which are we choosing? The F sharp or the G flat, right? The rule of simplicity. The most common rule is to choose a version with the fewest number of accidentals, right? That's what I just said. 5 flat is almost used instead of C sharp. By reading 5 flats is usually less visual demanding than 7 sharps, which includes double sharps if you need to raise it a note. Heavy. B major. 5 sharps is preferred over 7 flats for the same reason, harmonic context and modulation. If a piece is already written in a key with flats, that's true to transposition, right? A composer will choose a key that shares the flat-based logic to avoid constantly writing natural signs to cancel out sharps. If you're writing a piece and want to move to a new section, you pick the key that requires the least amount of cleanup using natural signs to switch over. Instrument-specific preferences. Okay, so I prefer flat keys because those keys are often more resonant and have more natural fingerings on many horns. Interesting. Guitarist. Well, guitarists often are comfortable in sharp keys because E and A are home positions on the instrument. The choice of key often depends on whether you are using open strings. If you want to use open strings in your composition, the key will dictate your spelling. The alphabet rule. In music theory, every scale must contain each letter of the musical alphabet. Yes, exactly once. If you are in exactly once. Exactly once. What? I guess so for the staff, right? So when we write a key signature, we don't have to add actually little sharps to our notes kind of thing. That's the whole point. If you're in a key and need to modify the note, you choose accidental that keeps the letter sequence correct. For example, if you're in a flat key and need to raise the 7th note, you will often use a natural sign rather than switching to a sharp, simply to maintain the correct spelling of the scale. Recommendations for your book. If you're creating a practice manual, it is standard to present the easier version with 1 or fewer accidentals as the primary study guide, but you can include the enharmonic equivalent as a reference for advanced theory. For example, prioritize D flat major over C sharp major to keep the learning curve manageable for beginners. Right. Okay, so what about the 5/5? I'll say, okay, that makes sense. However, what about the keys with equal amounts? F sharp / G flat major and D sharp E flat major minor. For the keys with the exact same number of accidentals, the choice is almost entirely driven by the instrument idiom and readability. Because both options require 6 symbols in the key signature, neither is simpler, right? Here's how musicians and publishers decide. The principle of readability. The main goal is to minimize the use of double sharps or double flats in the actual melody or harmony. What? G flat major, 6 flats, will encounter this more frequently in orchestral and piano music. It is often preferred because it avoids the F double sharp that appears in the F sharp major scale when you need to lead back to the tonic. When does that happen? I don't understand that. Double sharp. F sharp major 6 sharps is often preferred by string players and guitarists. On a guitar, the key of F sharp naturally aligns with the geometry of the fretboard, whereas G sharp looks mentally confusing to a guitarist who thinks in the fret forms and sharp. Okay, so we're going sharps. Instrumental home keys. Guitar is sharp preference. Guitarists and violinists live in a world of sharps. Our open strings, are the common fingers heavily biased towards sharp keys. The guitarist is significantly more likely to be able to sight read a passage in F sharp quickly because the fingers or shapes are familiar. Piano 1, the flat preference. Piano 2. Pianists are often find the black key patterns of G flat starting on the black key, using the pattern of the pentatonic to be extremely ergonomic. Similarly, many woodwind instruments are built in keys that favor flats. Therefore, G flat major and E flat minor feel more natural. Harmonic context. If you're writing a piece that modulates change keys, you choose the key that makes the transition smoothest. If your piece has been using several flats, you move to G flat to keep your visual language consistent. If you've been playing in sharp keys, you move to F sharp, changing the form or shape of sharp one midway through that requires a complete reset of the performer's mental framework and is usually avoided unless it is a dramatic reason for the change. Summary for your table of contents. Since you're writing a book that's specifically for guitarists, you should prioritize the sharp bass keys to match the instrument's inherent design. So use F sharp major as your primary chapter, section header, and D sharp minor as your primary track. Section header, you can add a small theory note at the bottom of the page explaining these are the economic equivalents. This gives your reader the best of both worlds. The version makes the most sense on the fretboard while maintaining the accuracy. Okay, so F and D are super far apart. I'm just considering here which overall am I doing here. Sharp keys, right? 7 sharps, okay. And then minor flats, C major. Okay, so what happens with C major? I guess it just stays C major, right? Because it has neither. The key signature is just completely empty. F sharp, G, F, G, G flat, 6 and 6. So we want to go sharp. Okay, so I want to include both major and, it doesn't need to be capitalized, major, and I'm out of time, minor layouts. So I have to decide the table of contents and still include all the keys. Create me a table of all the preferred keys, suggested, and preferred keys, recommended is a better word, recommended and preferred keys, preferred with 2 R's, to build my table of contents. And then I'll go like advanced mode for this. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a momente. So I just had to like do some quick texting around. I just wanted to cut that chunk out because it's just me staring at my phone. And yeah, so major and minors will be separate sections. They are to display triads and bar chords alongside the scale blocks, and they their, just in their chord, in their correlating chord progression, in their appropriate chord progression order. I know it seems redundant, however, when composing, I want to be able to get what I want at a glance. Okay, so I'm pretty much done here. Just about give me another few minutes. Okay. Just running. So major and minor will be separate sections. They are to display triads and bar chords alongside the scale blocks in their appropriate chord progression order. It seems redundant, however, progression order. However, when composing, I want to be able to get what I need at a glance. It actually makes perfect sense for composer reference guide when grouping relative keys, saves, pages, separating since mental processing time. You're in the middle of writing a song. We need a diatonic chord for A minor. You want to see A minor be diminished yet, and C, E, F right in front of you, rather than taking a look at C minor and having to mentally reassign the numbers. Yes. Here's a revised table of contents, splitting into distinct sections, utilizing the preferred readability keys we've established. Okay, here we go. Part 2, minor keys. So it starts with C minor, C minor, C minor, A minor. I guess so, it's fine. That's crazy though. Like how much consideration has to go into it. Accidentals, 5 flats. I feel like this should be like the table of contents, just to like to display exactly what's going on here. Okay, organizing this way gives a massive advantage for workflow, laying out the triads and bar chords separately in their harmonic order. Right next to the scale blocks, so that you're creating a true plug-and-play composition toolkit. Yes, thank you. Okay, so yeah. I'm going to call it here. This has to be implemented. Perhaps I'll just make a quick table of contents. Oh, I need my F sharp. I need my G major at least laid out. I'm really pushing things around here. I'll just continue with the pattern. How would you say pattern? What's next? Sampling. Sampling's next. Because today was supposed to be an actual jam, and like I said, I can't really do a jam if I don't have my, what did they call it? Plug and play composition toolkit in front of me. Like I did D, and then I was E, and then F sharp, and like, yeah. So I want to get this done, at least G. I'm not sure. I'll do both. I'll do G, and what is G's inharmonic, right? It's F sharp. No, it'd be 1, right? So E minor? So I'll say redo the charts and include the inharmonic counter part as a new column. Column's so weird to spell. Inharmonic? Isn't that what it's called though? Why redo isn't it? It's called inharmonic, right? Whatever. It's just it. It'll know what I'm talking about. Counterpart? No, counterpart's the right word. Because, yeah, I think it, like, actually changes, right? Because, yeah, E minor, it's a sharp system. Okay, so I'm pretty sure somewhere it does trade off. I think it's the 6, F sharp minor, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 5, 8, 5 flats, 5 flats, 5 flats, 6 sharps. I don't know where it trades off. It'll tell me here. Accidentals and harmonic equivalent. There we go. No, not like that. Minor. Okay, so it didn't, including its, that's not what I meant. I'll just tell it that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I mean the correlating major minor pairs. I'll say replace the enharmonic equivalent column with this new major minor pairing and create a second set of tables with the key and enharmonic equivalents for appendices, like that. Appendices, enharmonic. Okay. No, that's not what I meant. I meant the correlating major minor pairs. Replace the enharmonic column with this major minor pairing and create the second set of table with the key equivalent for an appendices. I don't know what that's. Just tables, like it's a direct blueprint, organize the digital diagrams, build the chord blocks, keeping the rest of the pairing from the center. Okay. Relative. No, you. Ooh. Oh, it is. Okay, I think, right? Key signature. Accidentals, I'm pretty sure, right? It's E minor. Relative major, yeah, okay. I hope it's right. I'm going to have to error check it because it looks like D sharp major, D sharp major, D minor, F major, isn't there some that are like opposite though? Will they always be directly correlated? Okay, and then there's the second table. Practical. Technical stuff. Okay, so, I mean, it took all that just to get to the idea where, what am I building here? So for my G, right, this is what the main reason I'm here. For my G major, it's an E minor. It's the relative minor, right? Okay, one accidental. So E minor has one accidental. G major. Let's see. Okay, so if I do insert a new thing, way down here. Yes, I think up here. Up here. Yeah. Okay. So then I say minor, minor, and then I say what? G. There should be one accidental, right? G major, E minor, E minor. Show me as letters. One sharp. Good. But of course it's still displaying flats here and there and everywhere. Yeah, technical stuff. Anyway, gotta call it here. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to help support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for JWP Fund. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever makes you click are appreciated. Thanks for watching.
Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage Line drum module, featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas, with shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plugin with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.
Hello world, this is JWP, J Ward, Primo Beats, coming to you live from my living room. For around 20 years, I've been mixing and mastering music, rapping, songwriting, recently started singing, along with everything else that goes with music production, such as graphic design and editing, photo editing, and video editing. And for around 15 years, I've been using Synthedit to make my own audio plugins. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to hire me for music mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached at jwpmas@gmail.com. Alright, so today is MPC sample marketing. I'm not sure really if that's what it's supposed to be called. I mean, it's a cycle, right? So the idea here is to get either the beats or the sample packs into the market, and yeah. So I suppose I could do both of those. So perhaps I will actually go here And I'm out of coffee, because of course I'm out of coffee, right? Beats. Okay, so I have a separate section I created for the cameras on exclusive, but he never did. Why is this here? Is that always there? I don't remember seeing that there. Do I have to be signed in or something in order to edit? I don't know why it's not showing me like the edits, the edit button. I think I'm signed in a different account. No, it's the right one. Right there. Eventually I have to migrate this to like my, how would you say, professional account, I guess. I'm not going to be doing that now. What I will do now is I'll convert cameras on exclusives. Duplicate this and then I'll put it under call it latest beats and latest beats. Okay, and then I guess I can stay there, but this isn't gonna say latest beats. Let's just keep it simple. It doesn't have to be too over the top. And then that can come here as well, so I'll edit this. Do I want to replace Homer's line? I think so, because like it's always everywhere anyway. It's not what I wanted. Let's keep this. Keep that. Make this rap beat. And I can go like here. Click. Visit. Beats. Web site to see. Well, I'll just use this. That. Close that, because there's no point in like adding click to visit kind of thing. And then what color do I have it? I have it blue, right? Underline, and then I'm not sure if it'll change the color of the icons. How do I change color? Text color, and then blue. Okay, so no, it didn't, but it changed the line, which is fine. And then I guess I'll add visit. Okay, we'll go middle. Go something. What style is this under? Heading. Okay, so let's go heading. That. This is a link. And I'll make it this, that, and instead of primobeats.com, it's like that. I want to make that yellow. I don't really feel like I want to make it yellow. Let's just keep it blue. Alright, so then that's fine. Should I really drive the traffic here? I might as well just drive it here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'll just go ahead and publish it because it's pretty much ready. And then I'll put it here, like on the site, right? Because that's a thing. This. Announcements. Message listen to the latest release. Listen. And the link. I don't actually see it here. There's a nice beat. There. All pages. Show banner. Banner color. Can I make it white? Okay. Of course, the A is all messed up. Let's go back. I swear, something about the A, like when I type a capital A, it just goes all funky. Okay. How much longer am I going to go for here? Maybe another 15 minutes. I'd really like to get like my Discord, the accessibility to the drum kits. Okay, so that's published. Latest beats. What does beats do? Beats. Silhouettes. So I edit this. Duplicate this, and I'll say latest beats. That, and that's a link to there. It should be blue, right? All links should be like consistent with an underline. It just shows. It's too bad like I couldn't make what's it called site. Google Sites actually sort of reflect things because you get like blue, red, and thing, whatever. I mean, there probably is a way. I just don't know how to make it do that. Maybe like, is there like a, what do you call it? No color kind of thing? No. How to make Google Sites use visited and unvisited link color, text color. Google does not natively support separate colors. They stay uniform. Really, you have to. Have to actually do it, like, but it doesn't work like that. I thought, like, I didn't think you could do stuff like that anymore. Let's go embed code. Select embed code in the field. It's invalid embed code. Okay, and then let's go ahead and publish it and be weird. I don't even know where this like goes. Yeah, so it does sort of respond like that. But I don't think it's like updated. Yeah, so it does update. Interesting. So what is red again? I can't remember how to make it red. But I mean, I won't be using that. That's just... Oh, no thanks. It's just more work when it's worth. The whole reason I went with and what you see is what you get editor was to avoid coding. Not because I don't want to code, it's too much for so little. I'm going to take a beer. Coffee's reloaded. So another 15 minutes. What am I So I'm pretty sure like the sample pack is done, right? Like my first one is done. Products. I'll change my navigation thing too. Products, sample packs. How do I do that? Products. And then like a link, I think, right? Let's go like this, and I'll say new link. Call it rep. Oh, I need to make a location. So I'll just put, yeah, no. I think it's still in my clipboard. That, and then open a new tab. This is Rap Beats. Done. This goes under products, right? Like that. ASRQRS. QRS, so R is before this. It looks the same. Good. I'm just going to push it. I think that's done. Okay. So now sample packs is actually ready. I just like don't have this. I'll call them sample packs. That. And then I'd like to put like a little more description and have some like stuff. I don't know what the extent is of like how I can reuse names, because I know Dick Tracy is trademarked. I think just as long as it's not, my sample pack is not like named, you know. Let's see. So Dink versus Dick. And will both terms use casual and context, completely different concepts. Dink, that's not what Dink meant. So just as long as like the product isn't named. I don't know, we'll call them maybe the G-Man pack. G-Man 66, right? Isn't that where it's from? I don't actually have to. Let's just look here. It's 37? G-Man 37? Call it? Oh, let's go look at the source files here. Workflow. Production. Wave data. Riff Fusion, right? Video game. I don't know where they are. XPGF. Okay, so here we go. Living bed, backup. Where was I working these? Video data, and then sample sources. Here we go. Tracy. Serials E out. Where is like the workflow? There's Night of the Living Dead, so that's the video data. What do I want? Wave data? Like, I feel like it's supposed to be in here. No. How big is this? 4 gigs, whatever. Gotta get rid of that eventually, though. Serials? Okay, so here it is here. Okay, so I really prefer just to leave it as is, right? Last Gemini. Let's see. Say I chopped up the 1933? 37. 37. Was it? I thought it was 33. 37, okay. 1937, Dick Tracy. Serial. Episode 1 and 2. Audio samples because it's public domain and I want to sell them. I understand the name Dick Tracy is trademarked. So do I have to change the name of the product package, or can I leave it generic like the Tracy, some samples. And let's go. Oh, I don't have Pro right now. Whatever. Go. Something on the samples are a common practice, but requires navigating rules. Maybe used to free associated work. Okay, so copyright versus trend. This protects creative expression. Generally free, blah blah blah. Trademark protects brand identity. The name Dick Tracy trademarks are used to identify a source of goods, prevent consumers being confused. Using the name, even if you're legally using public, selling without a specific trademark name, may create false association, likelihood of confusion. Ensure consumers not make independent products. Official trademarking the name makes your product a target for takedown, regardless of what. Using makes your product takedown legal challenges. Okay, recommended naming strategy. Protect your ensures it stays on the line. Okay, so I do. And I got a couple suggestions here. So I got 13.7 Vintage Detective, Golden Age Mystery Dialogue, Retro 1930, Classic Hardboiled Investigator, Vintage Radio Sound. Ensure does not appear in your product title. Metadata or social media tags. Like terms or audit your work. Make sure the cover art promotion do not use the copyrighted stills of the characters or trademark logos. Really, characters? But like, it's black and white. Normally, like, he wears a yellow jacket and stuff. But like, yeah. In your product, a general help us state the samples are taken, but don't imply affiliation. Okay. I'm not an attorney. Okay, so what about I was considering using the name G-Man 1937. G-Man 37. Sample pack. Episode 1. 1. 2. Me 2. Differ and diff. And T8. That's not how I spell diff. And T8. The year. And episode. G-Man does suit the Dick Tracy theme, right? Is the later serial in public domain? I can't remember. It does this sometimes where it like just freezes. G-Man part of, but there are important legal nuances. G-Man name is historical slang for government man. An FBI agent might consider generic descriptive what works because of a common term. trademark using it to avoid. As long as you're not using the Dick Tracy likeness, artificial logo, 1930s vintage time, blah blah blah. Later cereals are widely considered to be in the public domain, not renewed. Okay, so I don't know which one, because copyright, critical distinction, film of character. Okay, but that didn't answer my question about the later ones. It's fine, I'll figure it out then. I think I still have like a thread for it. So that's what I'm going with. And of course I closed it so I can't grab the name. I keep turning down my brightness. It's driving me up the wall. Because like it's F2 is turn down brightness, but it's like I don't have my trigger on because my battery is dead, and every time my computer comes unplugged, it kills my BIOS. And I tried to buy a new battery and it didn't work. 2 new batteries, in fact. So something's wrong internally with my computer. Okay, so let's go G-Man. Actually, let's just open this back up here because I'm gonna government man, G-Man. Is the term G-Man actually stylized with a hyphen? Okay, I don't need extended. This is standard, this one. Yes, the hyphen. I prefer like dot, I think. Oh yeah, because it's up here, right? Tracy's G-Man. Let's go with that. Yeah. Okay, so it does in fact have that. G-Man 37. Samples episode 1. Like that. So that's the pack name. And here is the stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna jump in here and I'm just gonna put some like point form stuff. So it's our text box. Let's actually go like that, I think, and then it has to be sample packs. See the latest sample packs, and then I want like sample are labeled as follows. So we'll say box, put them in like alphabetical order. SFX. I think they are in order, it's just like this isn't, so I'll flip them around. Okay, so let's go with this and this. For individual sounds that used as a instrument. Melodic tone. Was it tuned instrument? Vox. Okay, what's after instrument? Melody? Mel. How do we say? A clip of audio that generally contains a melody. What's after melody? SFX already? PER? PER. A short sound that can be used as a untuned percussion. In fact, I think I need like another variation, right? Because there's tuned percussion and there's I'll just say percussion sound. Maybe I'll say like pert. Is there like only 3? The code's only 3, eh? Pet. So I don't even know what tune percussion would be, like tom-toms and stuff. Tune percussion. Box after that, SFX. Effects. Used to label sound effects. Box from box. Any vocal. There's not actually any singing, eh? I gotta find singing. Any vocals that don't include singing. And then maybe Voc. So Voc would be first, right? Vocals that are short sound. See, let's like put it in like a plural for individual sounds, yeah, and then a short sounds. Sound effects, vocals that are singing, any vocals that don't include singing. X. A mixture of sounds followed by mixture of sounds. Usually has more codes after the X. Okay. Why is there like no space here? Did I do a line break? Do I want? I think like I'm supposed to make for readability they call it, right? Like that. Okay, and then another text box. Don't want this up. Bring this one down. Latest sample packs. Oh. And I'll say G-Man. This is what it's called. Header. Can you note? Heading G-Man 37. Oh, what do you do? 37 samples. Should I just do E1? No, I think episode like sounds better. Episode 1. And this is a link. I'm gonna go ahead and center it. Actually, I'll list things. So let's go to this. I can't read. I think it says 9. 9 ml. SFX. $22 and 30x. And then I'll bring in like the how to purchase bit. I was really hoping to get around to looking at how to do Discord, like so it can be like on Discord. Okay, here, how to register. Okay, so this. Text box here. This will be, what's it called? A collapsible, I think, right? To download. Oh, where's the normal text? Normal text? Normal text? I don't know why it's being awful. There. Give me the notepad, and then I'll toss it in there. Drop it there. PayPal. Okay, so I just have to decide on a price strategy, right? We'll figure that out later. Desired pack name to verified. The pack will be sent to the email, to the return email. PayPal. This is the placeholder for now. That, and then like this, the blue. Okay, this has to delete this. Put this up here. And I need like some artwork and stuff. So I'm not completely done. I was hoping like to just upload it to the website, but no. And this is raw. Oh, 30x, yeah. Let's on number first. Okay, so I'm just gonna publish this, I guess. And I'll look at getting things into the Discord. Okay, so let's talk to Gemini here again. How do I offer exclusive to my Twitch subscribers using Discord? Open Discord, server name, server settings, integrations. It's connected. Create automatically. Configure subscriber roles. Everyone. Okay, so that sounds like a little tedious, but we're going to do this. Check it out. And it'll also hopefully reduce spam in my Discord. So how do I... Let's go here again. Gemini. How do I have Discord users assign roles for themselves to reduce spam. Okay, so let's go to my server here. Nitro. Looks like there's no spam lately. Some self-promo baloney. Just go ahead and dump that. I don't know who this is. They just pop in and dump their stuff. They don't say anything, so I'm not going to leave them there. I mean, all they have to do is, like, say hi or whatever. And then we're just going to call it here. I'll do the Discord stuff next round. At least I got, like, this far. I don't have a pricing strategy yet, so maybe I can do, like, pay what you think it's worth, at least $2. Seems reasonable, right? Unfortunately, like, a sub with Twitch is like $5. So, like, it doesn't correlate. Because if someone is paying $5 for a Twitch sub, then, you know, they only get the sample pack. But I mean, they're getting, like, ad-free viewing. They're actually not. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for JWP Fund. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever makes you click are appreciated. Thanks for watching. Until next time.
Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage Line drum module, featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas, with shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plugin with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.
This marks the beginning of the first vocal application series episode type thing. In these cycles, I'm going to go through the different instruments and stuff, and vocal application specifically is applying vocals. So some of the ideas are, I used to do something called Singing Saturday, Freestyle Friday, and those will now fall into this sort of part of the cycle. As well, I want to do some actual recordings and make some vocal packs. I'm not sure how all that's going to go. Unfortunately, for right now, I'm not going to be able to do any like real practice or anything. This is just going to be me putting together a karaoke style track for next session, I guess. Hello world, this is JWP, J Ward Primo Beats, coming to you live from my living room. For around 20 years, I've been mixing and mastering music, rapping, songwriting, Recently started singing, along with everything else that goes with music production, such as graphic design and editing, photo editing, video editing. And for around 15 years, I've been using SynthEdit to make my own audio plugins. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to hire me for music, mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached at jwpma. Right, so as it stands right now, I have issues with some of the plugins I was using previously. Specifically Amplitude. Yeah, Amplitude, it's like not there. I must have uninstalled it. So I'm getting that running now. And it's just finishing downloading. During this time though, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab the track. I have to watch out that I don't actually play the track. The current track is Bleeding Me, which comes after Hero of the Day. That's what this one is. So perhaps let's open a new FL. And the way it used to work was I'd run the track through my headphones and then I'd play the MIDI track and sing over the MIDI track. Unfortunately, it wasn't a perfect sync, and I never did demonstrate. Is this running? I never did demonstrate me creating the tracks, just because I figured it was time consuming and I was worried about broadcasting and stuff. But I've since developed a better way of doing things. So what I gotta do specifically is line things up here. I'm just gonna look and make sure my default out is muted. And then music output I want to turn on. That's for me. And that comes out of cable B. Is that how it works? It's been a while. I also haven't done any ST standalone. I haven't done any. What is this? It's at the VST. It must be the VST3. Okay, so let's go up and then I go program files, 64-bit, common files, VST3. Next, what was that? VST3 plugin, VST plugin. Okay, so it's not even selected. I'll just put it there anyway. Just gonna install the 3 version, and then that's currently authorized. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and listen to the track. Actually, I do have to wear headphones, so it doesn't bleed back into the microphone. Which I haven't done any music feedback in a while either. Okay, so how does this work? I send my output through the B. That's not how it works, though, I don't think. Just my regular output. Any way I cut it, it has to come out of... because I don't even remember Bleeding Me. I was really hoping to actually do some vocal practice, but it looks like things are going to take a while. APK. Oh, PAK. Too many ums. So Bleeding Me, and then what I'm going to do is this, and then I'll switch my music output to headphones. Right, and then I'll just do a quick sound check here. Nothing else is running, so it should be fine. Jump into YouTube. I just want to hear what the track is, and I'll go look for MIDI. MIDI. Can't remember where I was getting them before. It's probably not in my history anymore. I can look, but it's unlikely to be there. It's in Metallica. MIDI. Nothing. Okay, so. And then, Bleeding Me. It's like an 8-minute track too, so. Bit mid, middle mid, mid's 101. Partners in Rhyme. 3 mids? I'm pretty sure that's where I was getting things before. Top the song catalog. Okay. I should probably be under GWP Music. So let's go to YouTube again, and I'll just listen to it from there. Because I noticed, like, if I listen to music on my main bids, it usually tries to serve me music all the time. This is my algorithm. I'm kind of tired. I don't know how far I'm going to be able to get with this. Hopefully somewhere. Some Metallica bleeding me. Oops. Okay, so that's in the wrong output. Of course, it's coming out of my room. Set it there. Okay, that looks good. I just need to double check that it's not pumping out. It is not. So let's let that play and I'll do some research-ish kind of stuff here. $162. It shows all the three. I thought I did this one already. I don't have any record of it, so I guess not. Okay. So let's get these mids here. I gotta start a new project. Location here. Covers. Load workflow. Actually, it'd be under like, so it's bleeding me. What number is this? I'm gonna number them. Why do I have MIDI data here? Just whatever, I guess. Probably because there's so many, right? Like so many MIDI versions. So bleeding me 7. Is this done yet? Damn, that takes a long time. It is like 3 gigabytes though, so. Okay, I need to get to that location. Seven. This is 1. I don't like how my keys are always resetting on me. And then it's right here. 2x4 is 2, so that's fine. I mean, I probably, for completion's sake, so Jack built is 3. It's so annoying. And 4. Five. And 6. Because it's open. Okay, so 7. I can go ahead and close that just so I want to so I can change it, but I gotta reload it anyway. No. Then I could probably close this. I hope there's nothing revealing. I don't see anything revealing. Let's look at this. Please select. So it doesn't give you like anything updated. That's whatever. Then I can change this now. That's annoying. I gotta get over that. And then Gotta get some more mids happening here, MIDI. Let's open the folder here. Seven MIDI. Okay. This looks like it has all of them. I'm not sure where it came from. Just dump it, I guess. There we go. Load MIDI version. Archive.org. Archive.org. Okay. I'll start with these two that I have. Let's dump that here. Actually, a quick BRB. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be in the list, so I'm just gonna close that. And now it will. No, it's not. Oh well. Oh well. Okay, so let's go back here. Covers this, that, and I'll see if it just loads. Will it just load? The project data folder doesn't exist. Browse for the project data folder. Okay, and then isn't it like right here? Isn't that it? Yeah, it looks like it's. So I gotta save it again, I guess, just so it remembers. Yeah, things are looking okay so far. So this one I will be able to play because it's like the MIDI version, like my karaoke version, as they might call it. I just don't know how to like differentiate the outputs because I don't want to keep switching between them. Still loading. It's still loading. Did I update my calendar for yesterday's stuff? Yesterday was NPC, and then yesterday was supposed to be guitar application, which was the book. Guitar application, and then I'll put in like the notes. Started work on new guitar practice book. Okay, I don't know what time that was at. It was kind of late. Let's leave it there. Today was 8 o'clock. How long have I been going for? Half hour? 8. I could probably go for another hour. I can't be like, oh, I'm gonna go until it's done, but I'll be like, do as much as I can. What's going on with my camera? Is there like, I think there's filters on it. Yeah, no, there's filters on that. I gotta fix that. Okay, so this, yeah, definitely. Yeah, scaling, blah, blah, blah. That's, I don't really use color correction anymore because I learned that 5,000 is good. I'll just leave them in there anyway. Okay, and then that should be the same as this. Yeah, looks like the same as this. Okay, and then what about my other one? Well, that's full screen, right? So there's no filters on that one at all. I've been keeping up with that one. And then, I know the face cam sucks. I don't know what's going on with that. This. Not really much filters. But that's like my default camera. It just looks all noisy and stuff. It's crazy. Anyway, back here. What's missing? The project doesn't have associated. Yes, so I'll just pick whatever. That one. Okay, so it looks like it's running fine. The one thing I do have to worry about is at the main track outputs that comes from video 20. Really? Here, so out 1, 2, I do not want that out, so I'm just gonna kill that, and it should be fine. Yeah, so I'll just close this. I guess that's not even coming out, eh? Yeah, something's wrong with my signal chain. I gotta fix that, I guess. Like, I think it's all my plugins and stuff. I don't know the offset of my signal chain. So like when it's ducking at the wrong time. So that was that. Now it's time for the next one. I gotta figure out which one sort of lines up the best. Oh, it's like kind of played out already. Import. Okay, so it's not in there. Let's go like this, and I'll grab that one. Let's grab this. Start with this one. Okay, and then start new project. Don't need to. Assign GS to track. Yes. Set mixer channel. I guess flex. I also wanted to see if I can get Hallian. Because I'm pretty sure I can, right? Because I should really be using Hallian for everything. Is it here? Hallian? And then give me Hallian. Yeah, it looks fine. So I should have some banks on here, right? Some basic stuff. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of stuff. GM even. So let's say GM. Where's that coming from? GM. GM. Where's the guitars? Not the best, but it's something. Okay, it's being annoying. It's actually pretty huge. It's like really plain. Yeah. I should be using Hallion for everything. However, just because this is a cover, I'm not going to be like moving it to Cubase. However, for my other like concept stuff, it's the best idea to use Hallion. Okay, so let's give it a listen here. This is Flex, and even has a vocals track. I'm not sure. Where's the drums? Is there no drums? Let's paint it. Yeah, so I don't know. Doesn't look like there's any drums there. Okay, so that sucks. Let's go new. Actually, I'll just use import, and then I can make a new one from there. Git. And then save changes, no. So those kind of suck. Let's try this one. Create new signatures, flex. Can I say like... And then paint it. Let's see what I got. It's a much longer 8-minute track. Is it really... It's supposed to be an 8-minute track. Why is it only giving me... Ain't it an 8-minute track? Doesn't that say that? Yeah, it's like an 8-minute track. Why is it only giving me this little chunk? Is it the same one? It really sounds like the same one, eh? Okay. Let's keep digging. Archives. I don't know if that was a zip or what. Looks like a straight up mid. Again. So this is like really the process of doing this, right? New. Looks like I got a lot of tracks now, which is nice. How long is it? What even has like thingies? It made markers. Cool. Okay, let's check it out. And then what I gotta do is I gotta find the karaoke stuff. Not specifically the karaoke, but I think it's a lyrics video. That's what I'm looking for. It's a lyrics video. And then I download that. Let's go. I don't know why it's not saving my last open project. I gotta be careful here though, so I'm gonna switch my thing over from default out to music output so that it doesn't, I don't get DCMA stuff happening. Just looking, no, music. I can go for probably another half hour, and then I definitely have to call it. Covers. What am I looking for? I'm not even looking for that specifically. I'm looking for... Yeah. So workflow, this, that. I forgot to update the thing. Like save it. So Bleeding Me lyrics video? What would it be called? This is the lyric video. I don't know if it's like... I don't know. I feel that's a little too distracting if I'm trying to like sing it. Lyric video. That's the same one. Let me look here and see what's in the project file. Project folder. I'm back. Because the video is likely in here. Yeah. Backing track. Well, that's mine. Hero of the Day lyrics HD. Does it like show me who that came from specifically? I might want to start keeping track of that. No, I don't see anything as far as metadata goes. And what does that look like? Okay, so it looks like that, and then, yeah. So, this-ish. Remastered. This. No. Okay. So what is it called? Lyrics. HD. Lyrics? Lyrics. Just want to see if I can find like similar or the same. No thanks. Official music video. It's probably not kick until later. Lyric video. It's that same one. I just watched this one. Let's try to find this full HD lyrics metal fan. Did I maybe like save them in my thing? I don't know. Is it loading? No. Just might have to do. Okay, I think this will probably have to do. It'd be nice to get like some consistency though. Like the same like person kind of thing. Maybe I did save it somewhere. Of course I'm in music here. Like who would that be under though? It's been such a long time. I don't know. GWP maybe? Like the user account for it. Content, playlists, beats, day trading, bits, karaoke bits, titled. I don't see anything. Oh, there's another page even. Beats, there's lots of pages. Singing. Okay, let me try GWP music. I doubt it, but potentially yes. Let's look at the playlists that are in here. Playlists. No, these are just general regular playlists here. I guess maybe it would be under a different set of play. I don't think so though, because I think all the regular, even like my playlists show up there. Well, I guess like third-party playlists wouldn't. So playlists. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to go with like keeping it simple. So this, just not recognizing any though. So I'll start saving the locations here. So like this, and I want to what? I'll use my Media Human. I don't know if I still have the YouTube downloader. I think it might be expired, not expired, but run out of credits kind of thing. Close that. Is there any like captions? No? At the end maybe? No. Because it doesn't say who did it. Yeah, I got zero videos left. It's not gonna let me though, so but like if I reinstall it, it'll let me. I could just use something online. Let's say download YouTube. To video. That's the first one. Go. Copyrighted content is not available. But it looks like it's giving it to me anyway. Like, yeah. Okay. And then I'll grab this link and I'll put it in with where? The workflow, I guess. This has to go. Your YouTube down. It's like the same downloader I used last time. I'll get rid of that crust at the end though. Covers, workflow. It's like this doesn't need to be there. Lyrics, media, all this extra stuff. It's not really helping anything. That's fine. And then that's running. And then I want this, so I'll say new shortcut. And this is that. We'll call this bleeding me sing along video. Okay. And unfortunately, like unlike last time, because I'm not in my home studio yet, I'll be like using the Metadox mask once I can get past the Metadox mask, or once I can get into the home studio, I can start just singing using the microphone, but for now it'll be like that. It's gonna be a while before I cycle back into this again anyway. I really feel like the cycle's too long between things, but I mean, I gotta consistently do stuff. Project, sure. And then I'll say that. And then I will just save it again. I can dump that. I don't know why I have it open again. Probably just to look at it now. This is done, so I want to be in here. And I'll open an FL video player. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to get done here. Here with the day, no. Me. And yeah, as I said, like, because I don't have two things, what I can do is I could probably play this one through my headphones, and then, oh no, I can't split my speaker in my headphones though, can I? I think it's in here. Combine. Speaker, headphones. I don't see anything. Wow, eh? Yeah, no, it doesn't let me, I don't think. Multi-stream, listen to different audio sources on different speaker sets. So is that gonna split them? I wonder. So let's see what's in here. Speaker. Headphone. Okay, yeah, so it did split them, which is good. So what I want in my headphones, I have to do it here. And then, pretty sure it just automatically triggers it. I want audio settings. I just realized that as far as ASIO goes, it can't. I need to be. Okay then. So yeah, how did I do this before? Regular FL Studio ASIO with a re-stream? I think that's how I did it, eh? That's hardcore. Because FL Studio ASIO doesn't let me have like more than one output. Just thinking about how I'm supposed to do this now. I'll just have to completely kill it, and then I just need to see if it lines up. So that's what I'll do. Well, I don't have to completely kill it. It'll just all flood out of one channel, and that channel will just have to be like my broadcast channel. Okay, so let's click this. Actually, I don't really need that open. I just need to line this stuff up, and I'll just see how well it lines up. That's really the point of this. This can go to track 20, I guess, because that's where these go. No, it's no 20. Okay, so I'm going to add a couple more tracks just because that's where I want it. How do I do that? There it is. 17, 18, 19. More. Does FL Studio have issues assigning new memory blocks for new tracks? Did I just lose my project? What's going on here? Yeah, it looks like I just lost the project. I'll give it a chance to recover. There's not really anything else I could be doing though. That sucks. It's something new for ImageLine. It's also something new, I think, in general. Yeah, so. Okay, so it looks like it did recover. No. Add more tracks. No, that looks like it's like refresh the screen, but It's still trying to figure out how to allocate new memory. So, what's it doing? Is it hanging? At 0%. I didn't do too much anyway, so I'm just going to drop it then. Because I don't have all day to be waiting for FL Studio to recover. Here. I really wish like my stream would drop down to that screen all the time, but unfortunately, that's not the case. It's another 10 minutes here. It looks like I'm not going to get very far. I could probably look at some of the amplitude things and see if I can find Bleeding Me. Where's FL? A lot of times too, FL Studio opens in the background, which is kind of weird. Then I want 7. I'm going to save after I load it. Oh, it's not in here. One channel. Okay, and then I want the video, right? Video player somewhere. Isn't there like a video player 2 now? Pretty sure there is, right? Didn't they make a video player 2? Whatever. Workflow, this, not that one. This one, and that. Okay, and then I wanted 20 tracks, but I'm going to save now. So I'm going to save as, and then this is, I don't like the new save like method, the way things look. Because it looks for a folder instead of like a file location. And of course, that again. Then that. Let's see. Like that. And then create new project. No, this is the actual folder itself, but it's actually in the wrong spot. So I want that to be not in the cloud. I gotta do some backup stuff. It's gonna be nice to get a new machine someday. I mean, that's probably what everybody says, right? Copy, create new copy, so there's nothing. Go. Done. And then I just want to make sure that things are set up properly here. I'll attempt to make 20 tracks again. 18, 19, 20. So it's fine. I'm going to save. Send that to 20. And then, yeah. That's the wrong thing. And it's giving me like a, what's it called? Speaker, headphones, There. So this should be, I think I might have to reset it in. Oh, it's just default, I guess. Ooh, that's kind of loud. There's like an echo there, yeah? It's off time. Yeah, so I got a line. This is sort of part of it. Start time, like that. Does the video start later? Is that the thing? Yeah, so the video starts later. So I can do here, this is always weird. What does this do? Let me start like a second later. A little more. Let's try 2 seconds. Because it pretty much starts right away with the MIDI. Okay, so that's too late. And let's see if I can see the waveform. It's 5 out of 5, right? Milliseconds. It's like right there. And then where is this? I want this here. not getting anything out of the... Still off. This other one's starting sooner. Let's try 7,500. Almost. I'm not sure if it's sooner or later. I think it's actually later. Oops. Of course. Yeah, it's later. Is that to be the word? Needs to come a little closer. Let's try 900. Why is it still so late? Let's try 25. Oops. Of course, the FL even has it built into its thing. Okay, so that's still too early, but like 2 is too late. So I'm not sure. Really, image line. I guess it's Delphi's fault, right? 500. Still too late. Let's try 3. Okay, so that's the wrong way. Can I like do negative? Oh, no, it's not. It's just I messed up the thing. And then I gotta do that. Close. 500. Is it like not doing anything? Let's just jump right ahead. Okay, so I'd really like to be able to see the waveform. I could probably just export the waveform, right? Whatever. Yeah, I should probably just export the waveform from the video, and then I can figure out where it is sitting from there. Let's go for X. It's gonna take a moment to do that. It'd be nice if I just had like a right-click split. I don't think I do though. Seems like something that QWin, whatever, would be able to do. Okay, and then the coding. And I'll save as export. It's wave, whatever, doesn't really matter how it comes out. This is, I can just save it like that. And I can close that, actually close this. And then, whatever it feels like closing, like 2 minutes left. At least maybe I can get it lined up and then I can do like the mix next session. What's next session? Vocal marketing. What's that supposed to be? I guess just looking at some of my previous lyrics stuff and touching it up, I suppose. Cycling, right? Cycling is important. Now let's bring this in. This, like that. No. Really, Hero of the Day. Is that the one I just did? Really? I was wondering why there was like an extra thing there. Like a bunch of extra gibberish at the end of the file name. Did I just load that? Okay, okay, good. Do that again. This one's going to take a little longer because it is an 8-minute track, which is fine for practice, right? I'm supposed to do an hour at a time when it comes to karaoke. Export wave. That. Done. Actually, I thought it was going to take longer, but it looks like it was pretty fast. Now I jump into here. Let's pull this out. Dump that there. And then now this will give me the timing compared to this track. So, no. I don't need 2 of you. I want one of these. What? Did it open as a sampler? Replace with audio clip. I gotta open this up. And then dump that here. There it is. Okay, now how this works is I have to come in here and see like where it's sitting. Let's get right in there. And it tells me up here, right? So 1.57. I always thought it was a bit longer than that. And then I have to turn off my snapping, and I'll just get right in there. Oops. Oh my god. I need to click on the right spot here, like there. 1.77? That's how much I was like moving off, and I was like, oh, it's wrong. But I think it's like there's pauses in between the sound, right? And I was mistaking those pauses for... Can I have this? Okay. Oh, bugger. Okay, so 1.7 seconds, minutes, seconds, what is that, centiseconds? How are you gonna do centiseconds on me like that? It should be the same though, right? I think milliseconds just has an extra thing, so that should be where it is, and then I can drop that, and then let's go again. So the whole point of this too is like layer down the, oh, it's not even coming out. Let's go like that. And then the whole point of it too is to, as it continues down the way, like different breaks and stuff, they kind of have to be in the same spot. And I got to find the middle. I don't actually hear the mid when I'm covering the track. I'm hearing the original track because I got to sing along with it. And I like to match the expressions. So I'm just going to give this a listen. You probably can't even hear me over like how loud this is. I don't know how loud this is. Like I said, for some reason, my thing is all messed up. I'm gonna drop it down, -50, I guess. And that should just totally like kill the signal completely. I'm not sure why. Maybe let's go. Yeah, maximum. So it pretty much just kills the whole signal. It's pretty in sync. It's pretty like amazingly in sync. Not a lot of singing, eh? Where's the lyrics video? Damn, it's like 2 minutes of just chilling. Which is fine, I guess. Can I turn this up? These are hella loud. That's totally fine. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to come in here and look at keyboard guy. Keyboard. I don't know the chords. Get to the guitars. What is this? Overdriven guitar. Okay, so let's look at what is this overdriven guitar 6. Let's bring in amplitude just right quick whilst I wait for it to like line up and stuff. I'll just put it in my list. Amp. No, it's not in that list. Okay, so I gotta scan for it. Oh, that was fast. There it is there. As I said, I'm just gonna put it in this list. It's here. Bring it in. It's gonna take a second to load. There's probably gonna be a whole crunch of action. I don't know what the default is. I do have to kill the standard inputs. So things are feeling lined up still. Feels like it's going off a little bit. I think it's actually because of this. Is this causing Yeah, there's a bit of latency there. Didn't think of that. But it should be automatically lining up. So anyway, Tonex search gear. How do I do the tone net? It's starting to go off a little bit. It's fine though, it's pretty good. So we got load. Leading me right there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. Ooh. I don't even know what this is. To clean? So I'm bleeding me. There's actually a few of them, eh? Live tone, clean. I have to call it here. I feel that's good. Things are doing better than they. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to help support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for JWP Fund. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever makes you click or appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Until next time.
Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage line drum module. Featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas. With shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plug-in with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage line drum module. Featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas. With shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plug-in with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.
So in my last session, I had continued along with Night of the Living Dead sampling, so let's be continuing along with that. I've decided potentially to release it in chunks, so this will be like the graveyard chunk. Hello world, this is JWP, J-Ward Pingle Beats, coming to you live from my living room. For around 20 years, I've been mixing and mastering music, rapping, songwriting, recently started singing, along with everything else that goes with music production, such as graphic design and editing, photo editing, video editing. And for around 15 years, I've been using Synthedit to make my own audio plugins. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to hire me for music mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached. Alright, so picking right back up where I had left off. And this is a lightning bolt. Look at all these twos in the naming. Upside down. Okay. And I'm using headphones. Okay, so that's like Foley and footsteps. Foley. Of course, my things are. There we go. No, did it just? Now see, I'm backwards. I'm mixed up now. I don't know which one is which. Okay, so I gotta like wait for the scene here. Okay, so there's not really any clean cuts until about here. There. So there's like one little cut that's like a tremolo kind of thing. Call this something. This is Foley. Footsteps. And then melody orchestral. This is 723. Not entirely exactly what the shirt melody instrument. I think it's melody because there's like an extra chunk in there. Orchestral tremolo. That's not how we spell tremolo. But it doesn't give me any suggestions. Is it two L's? Two M's? I have to look here. Tremolo. Tremolo. What? A trembling effect in music or a medical device. That's hand tremors. I was wondering why I showed a picture of a hand. That's what I'm looking for. Right?
Player, but you want to learn how to.
Oops, I shouldn't probably. Shouldn't be showing that.
So stay tuned.
It's just for me?
There are two stroke. So to break.
Whatever. Okay, back here. And then so molo. Tremolo. Oh, the next bit's more Foley. Besides the Russell there, actually got a pretty clean orchestral. So this is Foley, rustling, and melodic orchestral, and then time is 7:33. And then I have to put in the time code for this one. This is all melodic. Time code 0.7.34. I don't know, like there's like a moment there when it's clean, but like here. Oh. Change alarm here. Busy right now, I can't deal with that right now. Of course, my cord is hooked on my microphone stand, so I have to lean into it. Rough day, man. Okay, so about there. There. And everything else is just too, like, there's too much stuff. I messed up my code here. Okay. So I'll say X-Foley, corridor, melody, orchestral, time code 0.07.41. I think it actually missed the mark here because it's supposed to be there before she hits the button here. Yeah, so I don't know. Oh no, okay, so it's there. It's a clean melody. Guess. Time code 0.07.44. So again, this is this Foley sound effects, melodic. so that's actually a pretty nice cut. So this is, say, thudding and grunting. Is 4/9. Actually, gonna undo all that. Get a better cut with that, because I gotta remember that I can actually overlap things, right? Or can I can't redo. Okay. This again is Foley, thudding, counting, melodic time code 49. Melodic cut. Orchestral. Time code 00.08.12. Can I like just rename this empty? Yeah, because I'm just getting sick of those twos. Okay, so there's another cut here. It sounds like we lose sort of our sound effects and it's about there. That's quite the long trim. I don't know if I'm hearing like the car rolling or what's. Okay, so then this is, again, this stuff. Say, crash, screen, rustling, time code, 8.17. Here. Looks like we got a clean cut like all the way. Because I really can hear his footsteps. Yeah. we can hear the car rolling. Crash, okay. So I think that last cut's not even worth keeping. There. Melody. Sure, 0.828. Footsteps. X. I guess I'll have it in the buffer. Yeah. Footsteps. Orchestral time code 477. Oh, I had saved over the same. Or did I? No, it's good. Okay, so it's melodic. Orchestral. 0.08.47. And then this is just a series of sound effects, right? So we got thunder 853. Actually, I can't name that yet. Yeah? Looks like we get some clean cuts starting here. Melodic, orchestral, time code 0.8.0.08.53. So this is that stuff. Orchestral time code 944. Same thudding. Melodic, orchestral. 0.08. Same thing here. 11. actually a pretty nice cut. How long does this go? Okay, good, it cut. It still managed to cut back. Melody. Orchestral stab. Time code 14. This stuff. The exclamation. Door. There's actually nothing back there. Exclamation. 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 Okay, so let's actually go Vox. Oh, what happened? X Vox exclamation Folly door time code 00.10.18. And then I got some nice melodic here. It's got some thunder on it, but it's still a nice cut. Damn, that thunder just ruins it, eh? I'm just gonna keep all one. So this, let's grab from here. Melody in front here. Time code 1027. It's just no good, eh? The thunder just completely ruins it. Yeah, the thunder's just there no matter what. Still a nice cut. I'm gonna classify it as melodic. Just because it's almost clean. Why is this 1027? So I think it's this one. And it's not 1027, it's 11. This label. Okay, this is 1112. That's not that one, Cat. This is some Folly, right? Thunder, Paperfall. This is sound effects. Yeah, cage. Okay. So I'll leave it there, but I'll classify this. This is, let's go SFX, Thunder, 1128. Okay, that's it for today. Pick up from there. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to help support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for JWP Fund. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever makes you click or appreciated. Thanks for watching. Until next time.
Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.
Hello world, this is JWP J-Board Primo Beats coming to you live from my living room. For around 20 years, I've been mixing and mastering music, rapping, songwriting, recently started singing, along with everything else that goes with music production, such as graphic design and editing, photo editing, video editing, and for around 15 years been using Synthedit to make my own audio plugins. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to hire me for music mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached at jwpmas@gmail.com. Alright, so it has been quite some time since I've done a Synthedit documentation. It's just I've been focusing on mainly my main product lines and haven't really circled back to it. So I'm continuing where I left off, and where I left off was distortion. A lot has changed. It's been 2 years, and yeah, I'll just get right into it. So on to the next bit. Just let me full screen this. Full screen. And again, none of this is pre-acted, how would we say, rehearsed, so it's just going to be me reading. And some standards have changed. I got a better camera, I'm not sure, better microphone, whatever. Getting ugly with lo-fi effects. With up to 192 sample rate and a 24-bit depth, modern-day workstations sculpt sound with surgical precision. Back in the digital audio Stone Age, hardware and software capabilities were far more primitive. Sampling rates of 16, 10, or 8 kilohertz, sometimes with a 12 or 8-bit depth, were the norm. If you want to let users get down and dirty, help them recreate these lo-fi sounds with resampling or bit reduction. Figure 2.102 depicts a simple resampler based on sample and hold module from Insert Modifiers group. It samples and holds the input voltage, triggering the hold plug, and oscillator module controls the triggering rate. Rate determines resampling rate. So figure 2.102, we see so resampler 2.se1 shows a knob plugging into an oscillator. That oscillator is plugging into from the audio output. Well, the knob is plugged into the pitch. It's also plugged into the pitch of a one-pole low pass after the sample and hold, and then the oscillator audio output is going into the hold pin, and an input-output mod is coming in from the external source into the audio, and that output is going into the one-pole low pass, which again has the same input from the knob into the pitch, and that goes out to an output from the knob. This structure generates considerable aliasing noise above the resampling's frequency. You may clean up the mess a little using filters. Figure 2.102 also shows a simple 1-PAL low-pass filter used to smooth the top-end frequencies after resampling. A quantizer, Insert Modifiers quantizer module, is great for simulating low bit rates. It constrains the input signal to voltage range is specified by the step size plugin. So if you have a step size if you set the step size to 5 volts, the output values will be -10, -5, 0, 5, and 10. This is similar to a 2-bit resolution, no pun intended, enabling values of 2 to the power 2 equals 4 different values. A switch with fixed values lets users select step size for different bit resolutions. Figure 2.103 illustrates a bit crusher effect with a list for selecting bit depth. In the fixed value pyramid, every number is half the value below it. This means every step increases depth by 1 bit. Okay, so then we have figure 2.103, a bit crusher structure. File bitcrusher1.se1. We see a list entry going into a switch, many to 1, and then we have fixed values plugged into that switch of various values from 10 to 5, 2.5, and then we have divisions of those. And then we have on the other side, which is plugged into the switch, 16-bit, 15, 14, 13, and it decrements into 2, and that goes into a quantizer into the step size, and then we have an IO mod plugged into that quantizer signal in, and the signal out is going to an IO mod, and as well as scope. We see in the scope there looks like a waveform that's kind of stepping down. I'm not sure which waveform that is. And I think that's it for that section. So just a brief section, another way to get back into it. I do have some notes here, heads up. No, that's the wrong section. Okay, heads up, an SC quantizer module is fully capable with the inbuilt quantizer, but consumes far less CPU power. Lance Putnam's low-pass bit crush module creates the same lo-fi effects, resampling, and bit reduction. So then it says go to Files, Resampler 1, 2, and Bit Crusher 1. I will specifically be looking at Resampler 2 and Bit Crusher 1. I do have some time, so I can jump into it. Oh, I didn't want to push that button. I do have the Resampler 2 already loaded, as we can see. Of course, I can zoom into this. And then I want to get 1.4 open. I am still using 1.4. In this day and age, 1.5 is apparently stable and 1.6 is in beta. However, I prefer 1.4 just because it has the VST2 system and it's a little more understandable. And the last time I tried 1.5, it still had a lot of like visual glitches, and I don't know if that's been rectified. Anyway, what I need to do here is actually need to do a BRB so I can find my previous file. I thought I was just going to be able to jump right in. Okay, so here is the distortion. I've already named it Resampler 2, so I'm actually going to rename the container Resampler 2 here. And again, the reason I reloaded this is so I can get this top bar in there. It's just meant to look like previous versions of SynthEdit here. So I have this running. And what does this look like? Probably like just all jumbled. It usually is. So that's pretty much it for that. It's just a one knob thing. However, there's like a limitation of how small I can make a plugin. So what I want to do, let's see if there's any conversion here. I need to unlock this out. And then, okay, so there's a volts to hertz here. Just trying to figure out how this works here. I might already have a volts to hertz. Well, what is it here? It's based on this, right? And this is 1 volt per octave. And I'm pretty sure that these are already set up like that. 1 volt per octave, yes. And I do also want a stereo version, so 1 low pass. I just want just the low pass here, so I can dump everything else. Just that one knob. It's been a little while since I've been in SynthEdit, so I'll have to excuse my lack of efficiency. I mean, I'm still doing things in SynthEdit, just not as frequent as I used to. Okay, so this, I want to say just frequency now. Can I just change it here? Yes, okay. And then I want to resize this. So there is like a minimum size, or yeah, like a minimum size, and it's not really based on how small I can make the build. It's really how small, like how much space I have to fit everything in, kind of thing. So, what is that? Let's bring this over. I think that's it. Is that it? One more. And then this stuff. I think it's still like unbalanced though, like it's not actually, one side is bigger than the other, right? So, how am I going to do that? What I can do is I can bring in a subcontrol rectangle, and then I'll size that up to this, like that, right? so it's pretty much already there. One more. Looks like one on each side. That. Looks like the top one actually doesn't line up to the grid. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just go like this. This is fine. Enough here, and then I'll put it here. And then this guy can sit at the very edge of that. Like that. And then these guys can come over to the edge of that kind of thing. Oh, still too far. Is that it? I think it's like off by one. Okay. And there's a white bar here, right? I can come to the edge of this like that. Still too far. That. Okay, and then this is sort of a tint. It's here. Okay, and then all I have to do is get rid of that and move this control to the middle. That should be where it is. I mean, the numbers look off, but I think like once it's full blast, it it looks more centered. It's even kind of like bumping into the lettering. Oh, well. I think it's just the decimal places. I could probably get rid of the decimal place. I don't know why I have decimal places there. I'm going to save before doing anything, because sometimes things get funky. This one, and then decimal place is 0. Then it should not overlap. It's pretty close, but it's fine. Okay, and then like a default of, I guess 20k is fine. Okay, and that's the resampler. That's pretty much what it shows, right? Here. Oh, there's that pole. Yes. Oh, an oscillator. Okay. What is the oscillator settings? We have a ramp. 1 volt per octave. Okay. So I want... And of course, this is going to be a little funny because it won't sleep, I don't think, properly. It requires... I think it's just an envelope that requires for to sleep. Or MIDI to CV, I can't remember which it is. To sleep properly when it's not running. Okay, and then this is output. This goes to pitch, right? So where does it go? It goes to the most important part, sample and hold, which is a modifier. And then that actually goes... I could save myself some time and containerize it, but I think it's just as well. I do it manually. Okay, so this is a left and right, and then this comes here like that. And of course, this is 1 volt per octave. And then that goes there, yeah, and then these come out here, like that, and then I want my outputs. I just feel like it's been too long. Everything else looks good. Okay. So now I do believe it is ready. Just considering the situation here. Did I have any other like naming format for the pins? Need to open it now. It's on my desktop. Was it though? Or did I open it from its previous location? That. So did I name the pins? I think I matched the names of, yeah, signal and output. I matched the names of the original project, right? Okay, so signal output, is that what they're called here? Input spare. So just input, output. Input. Of course, it doesn't jump to that, like that. No, I don't want a slash. Okay, and then far as I can tell. I just want to take another look at the GUI. It's fine. I do need to rename. Let's go save first. Rename the pins and stuff. SED1. Distortion 1. So lo-fi L1. Should I say resampler 2? Resampler 2. And hopefully it's not the same pin. This is product. I don't know why it didn't follow the name of the container. 2. Okay, so that's good. Save file, yes, so it saves those code names, and then let's head over to FL Studio. It feels like loading. Sure, it's taking. I think it's just loaded. It just sits in the background. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It's still not drawing. There we go. I don't know why that took so long. Okay, so refresh. Hopefully it doesn't take half hour. Should be fast. And then what do I want to do here? I'll just do like a little synth kind of thing. I might as well put my headphones on. I got them handy, so there's no like bleed into the microphone. Oh, excuse me. Then okay. Let's do. I like GMS, so let's go. Actually, there's a lot of newer things, right? Let's do. Do I have toxic? I do. Okay, so let's do some toxic. And then we'll like bit crush it a little bit. Okay, so it's going through the wrong channel. Give me headphones. Is that coming through the stream? Looks like it is. Yeah, looks like it is. Okay. And then just like give me like a short or sequence, I guess. Dirty texture. Oh, that's really loud for me. Okay, so that's fine. Just wherever it is, slow it down. Okay, and then I will bring in. I don't like a lot of like a reverb, so I'm just gonna kill the delay and reverb. Flanger's fine. Is there no reverb? Is that one? Yeah. Okay, so it was just the delay I was hearing. And hopefully I don't get a DCMA for that because it's such a common preset, right? Like it's a sequence and it's preset, so hopefully it doesn't get triggered somewhere. Like even like the simplest beats and stuff get triggered. It's so dumb. People try to claim like, oh, that's my basic beat. Okay, here we go. Nothing? It's just toast. Okay, so it's totally broken. Is it this? Yeah, okay, so if it's too high, it taps out. I don't know why it taps out if it's too high. I think it's the filters they can't push past, right? Okay, so I'm just going to repair that real quick. Actually, yeah, no, let's repair it real quick. Don't only take like a second. So let's say 19,000 is the top out. No, that's the wrong screen. Let's go here. So I don't know why they do that. I think it's just like internally or something. Okay, so 20,000 high value. I think 19,000. I mean, if you have it loaded, you shouldn't be expecting high fidelity. So yeah, 19,000. I'll just do another build real quick. Save file, yes. And then that should hold it in place so it doesn't break down again. And then I can at least make it up to 20,000 or 19,000, right? And that's pretty decent. Anyway, let's go. I'll kill the frequency. And essentially what this is like a lo-fi, right? This is a lo-fi thing when it's just taking a is it not working properly? Because I kind of feel like it isn't working properly. Oscillator sample and hold. What's going on? What are you doing? Nothing? Pitch, it's the same thing. It's cleaning it up, right? And like sometimes that aliasing is actually kind of interesting. It does like a really cool sound. Or you can hear it aliasing. It's trying to alias, but like the filter's killing it. So let's just look at it in Wave Candy. Yeah, you can still see all that aliasing. Brutal. Even like with it full blast, it's still really aliasing. Let me like stretch the Wave Candy up some more like this. There we go. And that's a little bit more general range, right? Like this is the keyboard, right? C to 9. You can see all that mess in there. Isn't there like a preset? Didn't I select the preset? No, not a vector scope. Okay, give me no. Spectrum. Okay, and yeah, it just gives me this little window that is not really like set up the best way. So not the greatest preset. Let's go to some more range like that, scale like this. Now I can see like it's being mirrored back at certain parts. It's like the filter isn't even doing anything. Well, LFO? If you have it normally controlled. Alright, okay. So that is lo-fi. What I want to do is I just want to like kick the filters and I want to see what's happening because the filters don't really seem like they're even doing anything. So I won't save it after I adjust this. Can you not? Thank you. And then let's kick the filters like that. Export. Oh, I need to like remove it from FL. Or did I completely? Oh, no, I did. Okay. Let's go delete. Okay. And like, yeah, it's not even say file mode. It's not even like the filters aren't even doing anything. It doesn't seem like. We'll find out like right now, depending on how much how brutal it gets. Okay, so let's go back here, bring in the resampler. Now the filters are broken. And let's go. Okay. So yeah, there is definitely a change there. We can see that there is more aliasing, like it's reflecting again and again and again kind of thing. But like, even with the filters, it didn't really seem to do like a whole lot. It's to be like, I could, you know, I'm just keeping things the way they are, but like as a final build, if I'm to use this, this algorithm, I would definitely include like a switch to turn the filters on or off. Oh, of course. Okay, so no, and I gotta drop this. And I'll go ahead and get into the bit crusher. Bit crusher, so I'm gonna jump out here. Lo-fi, oh, it's not even, isn't it? I didn't bring in the bit crusher file. Okay, so I do still have it open here. I don't know why I don't have them. They're on the desktop. Okay, So I'm just going to load them from the desktop then, because I don't want to save to the same space kind of thing. Save changes and no. And then, yeah, I'm just going to like load up the resampler again. Oh no, it didn't get built again because it was loaded. So I'm just going to head and export it again, this time with the filters, right? And we'll see the difference sort of thing. It'd be nice to do an A/B, but I just don't have that ability right now. And let's go ahead, play. So we'll see there's like only one reflection. No, it actually looks the same, eh? Yeah, it's just not even, the filters are not doing anything. I don't know why. Like, I mean, the signal is going through it, but it's still like aliasing. I put them in the right order, right? Filters last. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. It's really strange that it's like the aliasing is making it through. Maybe I have them set up to 1 volt per octave. No, they're where they're supposed to be. I don't know. This is not very strong. I need like a total complete A/B test to see. I'm sure there's like a minor difference, but we shouldn't see anything above like this number, right? So for example, if it's 8K, it should look like this. Let's push this like this. Like it should be like that, right? Interesting, I'm like still seeing, oh, because it's before the wave candy. Okay, so let's move it up. Or it's after the wave candy. Yes, we can see it's supposed to be more like that. I mean, option, what would we say? Optimally, like something like that. But it's just not. The filters aren't responding properly. So just to like do a holistic run of it, let me skip sample and hold. Because I just want to see like why things aren't running as expected. It's still like really pushing that aliasing. Maybe the filters are just too weak. Maybe that's the difference. No save. Or what I'm thinking is just like the translation between. Yeah, no, it's so okay. This is running. That's why I kick it away. Right. Okay. So they are like running, and they're just not as tight as and we can hear that aliasing isn't there no longer. It's just not as tight as something like maybe the Band or the Butterworth or the what's it called? FL Parametric EQ. It's not as tight, and yeah, so that's pretty much it. But I just want to double check here that I'm not doing some sort of funny transition here. Hertz to octave. Yeah, no, that's right. All right. That's totally right. So what I could do alternatively is just turn it off and leave it as octave, but it's fine. Getting into, do I have it loaded? Getting into the big crusher here. And then hopefully this works out a little better. I'm just going to rename this Bit Crusher 1. Crusher 1. Let's copy that file name. Save as, so I don't save over the previous one. And again, I want to retain that header. So I'll do that. And what do we have for Bit Crusher? Okay, so we got a big switch here. It'd be nice to like just bring that in. Maybe I'll do like a BRB for this part, and then I'll just type in all those values. But I'll get it set up first. So I'll do the layout. demonstrate the layout, and then, yeah. Multiply? I don't know why multiply. Why multiply? Multiply by 3. Why are we multiplying the signal by 3? Does it show that in the book? No, it doesn't, eh? Weird. So I'm not going to include that. I don't know why it's multiplying by 3. Maybe it was just something I did by accident. I don't know. Okay, so let's get building here. I'll start the basic bit. This is just a list entry. And then just pulling everything. Yes. So let's pull everything, including knob. And then there is like a prefab for list entry. I'm just going to get this out of my ear. That's that same one. No, I think it's actually under controls. It's like list entry 2 or something. No. I thought this was a prefab. I guess I thought wrong. Text entry, list box, list entry 4. I think that's just that one piece, right? Old, maybe list box. And I remember it being a prefab, like it was part of slider switch. Nope. Well, so much for, getting it done easily. Looks like I'm going to have to build it. Yeah, no, I don't see it, so I'm just going to have to build it. So I'll deal with that in a second. For now, I'll just have the list entry here. So it looks like this. Like I'm sure like I have this somewhere. List entry 2. I thought it was in here. It's like a prefab. Oh well. Okay, so list entry there, and now I want a switch. Switches many to 1. I don't know if that's the same thing. Pretty sure this is just under modifiers. Flow control. And then many to 1. And that sits here, right? And this control controls that. However, I do require a list memory, patch memory list to count, to keep track of what is being selected. So I'm just going to line that up for now. Get that lined up, and then this controls this. And then fixed values, right? Controls fixed values. Fixed values volts. And then these get connected like that, right? How many times? 18 times, 16 times it looks like, because there's no 1. So I'll just do that right quick. 3, 4, 5, just to demonstrate that's how that runs. And then it looks like everything else is pretty much there. I have my IO mod here. Now I want to connect that to quantizer. Quantizer is again under modifiers. Quantizer there, and again I'll want 2. Like so. And I want my left and right, which again is probably just input. Titled input. Do I have anything after? I have the scope. So what I'll do for the scope is I'll divide by 2, because then that just gives me like a cleaner signal. I mean, I can use just one signal, but I might as well. Won't subtract. Let's go divide. Delete that. And then I want a control scope. Is that where scope is? Yes. Scope is there. And then I take both of them and I put them in this first one. And then divide by 2. So it's 2 signals divided by 2, right? Now, step size comes from the switch menu. And again, I'm going to skip that multiplier because I don't know why that's there. And then divide by 2. That's just for the scope. And then I want my left and right signal out. And then the inputs are called input, output. So signal in, this is input. Again, inputs. And then outputs. what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a BRB, and I'll go in and I'll start plugging in all these other values here, just so it's not. So I've gone ahead and touched up the selector, the arrows looking like the original. I'll include the scope for now. In like a build that I want to make, I want to include a scope more likely than not. I'll go ahead and save that. And of course, I got to change out the stuff here. I'm just going to grab this file name and then export that and that. This is SEB1. I'm not sure if it's conflicting with anything else. It should be fine. Let's go ahead and save or export and save, and then we'll get into FL Studio here. I gotta do another quick rescan. rescan, refresh, and it's loading. Done. I'm gonna drop the resampler completely. Okay, and then I'm gonna switch up the preset here. Let's look at fight. What's a fight? Let's get something a little different, maybe. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, and then I want to get rid of that delay, right? And ready to go for the most part. It's too low. Let's reset to the key here. It's still kind of low. It's better. No. Let's bring in the bit crusher and see how that sounds. I get set to 18, and it's like, I think standard is like 16-bit, like before you start to notice anything. So right now it's at 17, so we shouldn't notice anything. And as we like decrease, they're backwards. Should start to hear bit reduction around here. Yeah, we can start to hear noise. It's starting to mess with the signal. Adding like level of distortion. You can see things are starting to square out. After which point we just get into like severe levels. So 2-bit is pretty much just on or off. So yeah, every once in a while it'll just kick in or out. Like we have barely anything there. There is actually a way to translate or to resample repeat depth a signal into 2-bits and actually make it sound like right now we can't hear anything, right? It's because it's not optimized. But in the Pokemon game, apparently the Pokemon voices, the screams or the calls or whatever, were actually 2-bit. No, the Pikachu version was, and they managed to do all the Pikachu voices in like 2-bit, and then they had this like technique to do 2-bit, and it was just like super efficient storage. Of course, it was the most horrendous sounding thing. Okay, so my but there's a video on it on YouTube somewhere. I can't remember what it was called. I'm not going to reference it, and have to look it up yourself. But yeah, 2-bit is a thing. I have these backwards. Where is it? What's this? Bit crusher. Okay, I need the control bit here, and my mouse downs are in the wrong order. So backwards is increment, if I can delete it. Backwards is increment, and forwards is decrement. And I already removed it, right? Okay. And then go ahead, export that again. So generally what bit depth does is sort of, how would you say, store the fidelity kind of thing of the wave, right? So as we reduce that, we get this what sounds like noise. It's just that, yeah, there's nothing there kind of thing. So we notice the noise around 10. I think cassette tapes, professionally made cassette tapes, were about 12-bit. And when you'd make them at home, I think you got like 10-bit. That's why you got that like noise in the background. If you hear, what if it's like there's nothing there, right? What do we get? Nothing? Okay. What if it's like just low volume? Okay, so we can kind of hear what something like that sounds like. And it's just touching the signal, right? So if we boost it up, we get like this really truncated sound. But essentially, if you were like recording from the radio or dubbing, cross-dubbing on a tape deck, this is generally where you'd be sitting, I believe, if I recall correctly. So we have like a level of, I don't know where my volume went. I turn it down here. There's that like background noise floor we can hear. And as far as my understanding, 12-bit was like when you do the ADAT, it's sort of, you have some level of noise floor there, but it's almost unnoticeable. And then as we move into like way down, we get a whole lot of that truncation, especially when we turn the volume down. Let's just jump in here and we'll bring the signal back up. And anything beyond 8-bit really is gonna have a hard time pushing through. So that's it for this segment. I mean, again, it's been a while. Will I be doing another one soon? More likely than not. I want to keep going with this series. I want to keep it part of my cycle. My cycle is sort of a learning or an application or sort of a raw base of synth-edit, and then the next one is synth-edit application. So that's when I'll be doing my developments, and then there's synth-edit marketing. So that's when I'll be doing the whole promotional, all the website, all that sort of stuff. So that's the cycle for the synth-edit going forward. And I know I didn't get everything completely right. I'm not sure if I did. I mean, I'm just doing the best I can with my knowledge base. And yeah, hopefully we learned something here. These will be up in the Patreon. I don't really run the Patreon anymore. I find Patreon takes a lot. It take like too much for like, if I was a different kind of creator, it would be reasonable, but I'm just like doing this kind of stuff. This is pretty much all my Patreon has. So these files will end up probably somewhere else, maybe Discord subscription, or not Discord, like a Twitch subscription, and then you can get them from Discord, that sort of thing. But for now, they will be in the Patreon. And yeah, going forward, we're going to keep going with the documentation until it's done, and I do want to continue documentation into another series. But this is it for Lo-Fi. Hopefully you learned something and you made your own application and found it super cool, like I do. And yeah. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to help support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by first searching for JWP Fund to like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever makes you click or appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Until next time.
Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level. Finally, immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Uncover a symphony of synthetic drum sounds with the JWP Homage Line drum module, featuring a bright kick and snare, standard drum sounds, including the exotic tones of congas, with shaping controls like pitch and decay for the bass drum and snare, and standard key triggering for music software compatibility. Discover a drum synthesizer offering the blend of a 90s plug-in with state-of-the-art enhancements. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. JWP Homage Line FM Synthesizer, a tribute to classic FM tones with a modern twist. Unveil the simplicity of two-operator frequency modulation, where dual envelope control, precise modulator pitch adjustments, and customizable FM depth await. Elevate your sound with keyboard tracking, modulating frequencies based on pitch for a dynamic musical experience. For producers seeking a blend of heritage sounds and state-of-the-art control options, JWP Homage Line 2-operator FM Synth is the perfect choice. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.
Hello world, this is JWP, J-Board Primo Beats, coming to you live from my living room. For around 20 years, I've been mixing and mastering music, rapping, songwriting, recently started singing, along with everything else that goes with music production, such as graphic design and editing, photo editing, video editing. And for around 15 years, I've been using Synthedit to make my own audio plugins. Check out my website, jwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to hire me for music mixing, mastering, instrumentals, or custom plugin work, I can be reached at jwpmas@gmail.com. Alright, so in FL Studio Jam, why did my thing drop? It's gonna be a short one. I kind of got distracted and didn't have enough time. So, whatever, let's just do this. Okay, and that's it. And then that's just gonna go Q. What happened here? Alt Q. I mean, I didn't need the full quantize tool, but whatever. It's off. Oh, there's no thing, that's why. Okay. I'll just lay that out for a while. Not really sure what to do here. I do know I'll get a, can I? It's too late. It's not too late. I can't remember. So distracted. Okay, so here I'll just bring in a bass. Bass. All electric bass picked. And then I require a MIDI out instead of a thing. So channel 1, I require port 0. And I gotta bring this in at port 0. And yeah. How do I do this part? Okay, I think it has to come up and underneath. Why is it? Oh, because it popped here. So we'll bring it down, octave or something. Up, yes. Down, down. There we go. Okay, so what am I doing as far as a chord? So distracted. I can't just like open a location, so let's open Word. And I'm going to jump into F instead. Folders, do I have recent folder? Yes. F. Okay, so looking at it, let's go. So I don't know, I'll just, whatever, let's get a beat going. Oh, it's just doing the undo that, move into song mode. Okay, where? Okay, let's see if that was, is that even right? Don't like that mute button there. Okay, so we'll get rid of all this garbage here and there. Control Q, undo Alt Q, and then give me, I guess so step, and then I can just double it, right? Oh. That. Third. Okay, and then let's double that for the verse. That's not recording. I was gonna pick. Fuck, I'm super distracted. Okay, so then I'll just go on. Can I just like quantize like that? No? I don't know why it does that. Oh, third of a step, okay. Step. Good, and then just shrink this, repeat that. And then a guitar. So let's shrink 2. Turn off bass. Is it still selected somewhere? Guitar. Let's see. Clean guitar, I guess. Why is it going to 3? Because it's set to 3. This has to come up. It's fine. And no, that's wrong. Fresh pattern. No, it has to be faster. That's wrong. Why is it like playing a bass, extra bass? Oh, because there's an extra pattern, that's why. I think that's wrong, right? Yeah, that looks wrong. Wrong again. Okay, so that's fine. I'll just cut it there. Like that, it's fine. And then here for the next pattern. So let's go to the beginning. Quantize. Over. Here. That's it. I gotta call it. Check out my website, gwpsite.com, for my social links, latest news and updates, and public offerings. If you'd like to help support what I do, you can find my GoFundMe by searching for GWP Fund. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever makes you click or appreciate it.
Unleash classic 808 sound with the JWP Homage Line 808 drums. Experience the deep, resonant bass of the sweeping sine wave kick drum that harks back to the iconic 808, coupled with the snappy white noise snare for that extra punch in your tracks. A comprehensive palette of synthetic drum sounds and effortless compatibility with most music programs, the JWP 808 drums is your gateway to capturing the essence of the legendary 808. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com. Embark on a sonic journey using authentic phase distortion with the latest JWP Homage line update, now including the PD303 synthesizer, offering musicians the ability to craft classic, rich, and complex tones. Discover a realm of sound possibilities using precise cutoff, control over time through the envelope and decay level, finally immersing yourself in added depth and dimension from the included delay effect. Free unlimited audio processing and download available at jwpsite.com.